Hello, everybody, and welcome in.
Oh, hello. Welcome in. Hello. There was no countdown. It was just.
I said there was a trailer. We're running the trailer. Yeah, it's a minute.
I don't know where we are. I'm gonna get going. All right. Let's start counting. 1, 2. Welcome back to the show, everybody. Yeah, it's been a couple weeks. Apologize for that. Happy to be back. As always, I'm your storyteller, Mike Martin, joined by my 3 wonderful players today, Bub, Dot, and Tracy. Hello.
Hello.
Everybody's doing well.
Hello.
I'm excited to jump in, obviously, because you know where we left off and all that stuff. With good old Elspeth riding off with her new boy toy on a motorcycle. We'll see what happens. We'll pick up with that in a bit. But the usual. Thank you guys for stopping by, hanging out with us this Saturday, as we do as many Saturdays as possible. If you guys are new or not new or whatever no matter how long you've been here, if you want to support the show, following us right here on Twitch is one of the easiest ways to do it. It's totally free to do so, and you can jump into our Discord, which is also totally free to do. Yeah. We see new people jumping into that thing every single day, and there's constant conversations about what's going on in all of our different shows. And if you want to go above and beyond, you can subscribe right here on Twitch or head over to patreon.com/podbynight and support us over there. Before we jump in, it's been a couple weeks, so we should probably recap. Who would like to take the recap over and begin? It'd be a group effort. How's this? It'd be a group effort. Yeah. It's been a couple of weeks. The biggest thing, the past couple weeks, is obviously David's arc, little mini arc. We saw David in seeking of answers, in search of answers, reaching out in any way he could, and it was Janet who asked Roman to like
Yes, to maybe find us a Tremere that was not a Tremere, right? And I think he took that a different way than I meant it, but
Yeah, well, I think part of it is I don't remember. I think it was a brief conversation, but finding a Tremere that's not part of the Chantry in any way or tied to the Tremere is like really fucking hard. So
Yeah.
somebody thinks they have
so
blood
what?
magic.
Yeah, he found
somebody
he
who had
found
blood
somebody. Yeah, we visited. David maybe didn't get. Maybe David did get what he asked for, but not in the way I think he wanted.
Yeah.
And that kind of led to a series of events where David had to kind of come to terms with his identity. His wings were taken, his spirit was dimmed.
Sense
I
of
think.
childlike wonder
Was
naivete.
kind of dimmed. And then David like just flew off. He ripped flesh wings like out of his back and then just exited the bar naked as a jaybird.
Yeah.
Which led to the second major thing that happened to David, which is that when he kind of came to, because he gave into the beast, right? Like you gave it over to something inside of you.
Yeah, he basically we went to the dive bar, you went to the bathroom, he carved into the wall, like looking for like inwards in some way of like, you've been here to help me before kind of thing. Again, David misunderstanding, I think, to a degree, his own beast. And then when given the opportunity to resist or give in to the beast, we gave in. And he took off. Like you said, they walked out. And when David came to, he was mid-swing as his fist collided with the face of what he would learn was a gangrel as he dusted them. The gangrel had clearly didn't recognize David, but something in David, whether it be the beast or something different or entwined with the beast, recognized seemingly the gangrel. Put an end to his life, which is when David kind of came to, and he scooped
took his
up
gangrel necklace and the coin back
the
to
necklace,
the quarry.
And just headed home.
And while all that was going on, Elspeth got wingman by Janet and kind of duped into going on a motorcycle ride with Roman, which is, and then we made it back to the quarry, met up with David. We talked a little bit about what he experienced and tried to, help him feel better. There was a lovely little scene between David
Elspeth
and Elspeth. And then
that scene came after you went to the Witchy Yards again.
No. They had one prior.
That was, yes.
It was prior.
I'm thinking of the most
We had one
recent
prior.
And then we had a conversation and we allowed David to say, what do you want to do? And he told us he wanted to be back like he was. So the Witch of the Yard didn't tell us that we couldn't reverse what had been done. So the next night, so this would have been the last
like
episode.
24 hours, 48 hours later.
We went back to the Witch of the Yard to help David, retrieve what he had lost. Which, there was like some more questions, and we brought her the statue David had carved, which turned out to maybe be a somewhat likeness of the Witch of the Yard prior to even knowing her.
To anyone on the outside, it looked exactly like her. She said it looked nothing like her.
Right, well, of course she did.
Of course.
Her gate guard hangs cans from his penis. So
only one of them does that, okay? Only one of them does that. The other one, well, you met Cardboard.
The other one, yes,
on
the other one
is
Betty's friend.
Oh, yes, that's right. This time around,
realization-
we came and it was cardboard. So, just different kind of trash covering naked pieces of body.
Helped David understand that Betty wasn't lying.
Yeah, true.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, David, Betty wasn't lying.
Cardboard, the orgasm night. Yeah.
Yeah. Janet did not know his full name. That's probably a good thing.
I think that's just the name Bub gave him right now.
I see. Okay. So, David was brought back to his stony hunkin' childlike wonder, and I want to think we went back to the quarry and did a little chatting about maybe some efforts and things we were thinking about in terms of the grander plan of what we're going to do when they come for David.
There was some discussion of David wanted to share blood. Or yes,
that did happen in all of this, and we had to kind of talk about why maybe sharing blood is not okay or a good
idea,
choice, or at least the first choice we should make. But then again, that's what led us to the Witch of the Yard to try to give him answers, and I'm not sure
Yeah.
that we entirely did. Oh, and we went, and the coin, we learned had an address on the back, and we went to the address and kind of just
You drove by
scoped
it.
the area. Yeah,
Yeah.
we scoped the
Yeah.
area to see what's going on.
I think I also noted the necklace, maybe, or I can't remember if the coin or the necklace is a fetter.
Yeah, you tried a couple things on it with
Yeah.
a little bit of, information. We are
Yeah.
convinced it's a gangrel though, or at least the
Yep.
person
Yes.
that
Was.
David offed
Yes.
was one. And then
Yep.
yeah, and then we were all kind of standing around, and then toot toot up rolls, Motorcycle Joe, also known as Roman, and was not here to discuss business with Janet or to have a chat with David. No, he had showed up because he was here to pick up Elspeth.
Yep.
I love that Tracy gets excited out of game about it. I think that's my favorite part.
Tracy looks.
Like, it's not even Elspeth, it's Tracy that gets.
Yeah.
She's here for it.
Real.
So yeah, that was literally we left off with Dust and Dirt
Yep.
being in the wake of young love.
Yeah. I don't know if that's what you call it.
I don't
Yeah.
know if he feels the same way, but I'm loving this.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a pretty good recap of everything.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything big missed in that general. I'm trying to think if we missed it. There was as far as the quarry too. Quarry's like in the middle of being set up. We're starting to see progress on the quarry itself.
Oh.
There's some locks and security cameras working. Yeah.
We're
Big
waiting on
news,
the
I
return of
forgot.
Liz.
Well, so
Liz
yeah,
on
we're waiting on the return of
vacation.
Liz. In quarries being set up, most importantly security, and Leon has been sending over Magpie to do that security. And in our conversations prior to Roman showing up to pick up Elspeth for an unknown date, he revealed to us that what brought him here to begin with to Boston was his ex-girlfriend. And she's the one who taught him to do what he can do.
Yes.
Because we basically questioned him. We interrogated him a little
Yeah.
bit without
He
without
met somebody
too much pain.
online.
Is
That
on
he met
on
somebody online.
Find
Yeah.
Witches Finder or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Witch Finder.
Yeah.
And
It's a great comic, by the way. If you read it.
It's a dating app called Cauldron.
Yeah. So bad.
Yeah, Isabel is her name.
Yeah,
Yes.
Isabel. And so we did get a little bit more information out of Magpie than we have before. I feel like we're like slowly chipping away at him. Eventually he'll be empty of information. But that there's actually somebody else that taught him to somewhat do what he does, which is kind of important because maybe she knows all about.
But he can't get a hold of her. Remember, she dumped him. He said it was a mutual thing,
Yeah.
and I was like, she dumped you, right? And he was like, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and you
that's
guys
okay.
were like,
we got some information that like she probably shops around. She could
Yeah.
have shopped at
Elspeth-
the
like you assume all witchy girls know each other. So you're like,
Yeah.
hey, maybe she went to your shop.
Listen, there's a lot of witchy girls in New England.
There's a
New
lot of
England-
witchy
New
girls.
England is like the home of the witchy woman.
But
Yeah.
you can go through customer records at least, and we can say either she did or did not.
They
Yeah.
all shop at the same place. We know the truth.
She probably has stumbled into the Nightshade and Bloom at some point. Let's be
maybe.
real.
It is possible. New England's also
But
very
yeah, I
small.
thought that was very important information, only because we may take some steps to follow up on it. I didn't want
Yeah.
people to be like, what ex-girlfriend of Magpie's? Yeah, that also happened.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm making a quick note.
Yep.
So
And then
I
yes,
don't
the
fucking
quarry
forget
is
something.
like moving along. It's not complete yet, but we are getting there.
Yeah, quarry's coming along nicely. And yeah, I think that's mostly like the major beats for the most part. So without further ado, then, if we're ready to jump in, we've got a motorcycle ride to pick up on. Let's set the scene, rein things in, and see what our coterie is up to. And it is with the roar of a motorcycle's engine that we immediately snap into our world of Vampire the Masquerade. And as our camera fades in and we are kind of trailing along with a bird's eye view along a highway with pine trees and such on your left and your right, a lot of woods, we see the headlight beaming down the two yellow lines of the highway. And as our camera swoops down from that bird's eye view, we obviously wearing a helmet or not wearing a helmet?
No helmet.
No helmet on, hair in the wind, whipping freely with her arms around Roman's waist, Elspeth. Obviously enjoying a motorcycle ride along the way. You've been riding for about 15 or so minutes, and there's not a lot of conversation that's happening while you're riding on the motorcycle, especially with how loud it is. You weren't told where you were going, I don't think.
No.
Okay, cool. did Elspeth? No, because she was impromptu. What is Elspeth wearing for this date again? What is she?
Oh Lord.
Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead. Give me a description of what you think she's wearing.
She's
'Cause
probably
I can't
not.
remember.
She's probably not equipped for this bike ride. As a matter of fact, I'm like, was she even wearing pants? She doesn't know. She usually wears like skirts.
Yeah.
So, but skirts, everybody. So she got little shorts underneath, thankfully. So she's got like tights, her little Mary Janes, and a little skirt, like a little plaid skirt that has a little shorts underneath, with a top that's like a cardigan top with a little bow, and her hair is tied back also in a bow with like a little bow.
Like your dress
tie.
from Tokyo Drift.
No.
It's just all black instead of brightly colored.
Yes.
So another car pulls up to you when you're at your stop sign. You guys are revving engines at each other, and they peel off and race, of course. So with that, Roman was in his typical kind of.
I was gonna say, what is Roman's looking
he's not
like?
Looking like he's any particularly dressed up for any occasion either. He's wearing his kind of normal jeans, regular T-shirt. He's got boots on, and his normal kind of haircut. He hasn't nothing reeks of he got ready for a fancy date or anything like that. In fact, looks as casual as you, obviously with the cross kind of still dangling around his neck. And for about 30 or so minutes total, you ride through Massachusetts, more southern Boston area. And you would know, you would know. Give me an intelligence politics roll.
Let's see.
I should probably open the game. There we go.
Intelligence, politics, roll. I got no specialties. One success.
One success? That's fine. It's not like a huge failure. I'm not looking for a very difficult role. You would be aware at some point, mostly because you're just paying attention to your surroundings. You realize you've crossed the lines of territory out of Camarilla territory into Anarch territory at some point. Not super far, but you would have crossed over in the Nos area over by the northern Back Bay. Move your way south through Nos territory and cross the line over into Anarch territory. And eventually, the motorcycle comes to a stop to a late night 24-hour diner. Rosie's, by the looks of it, just a giant neon light that just says Rosie's up top. And as the motorcycle pulls up, it's not particularly busy at this hour. Right now, it's probably more around the midnight hour at this point. So you've got two other cars, and by the looks of looking through the diner windows itself, maybe a total of 3 guests in there. You're looking at your old school. There used to be one that I would go to out in New England called the Blue Onion, and I'm going to base it up the way it looked off that, where it's like that old silver bus style kind of layout with like the circular windows and maybe oblong looking, maybe 3 or 4 concrete stairs that lead to a front door that swings and a bell jingles as a Roman pushes it open, and immediately your face is hit with a waft of warm air that smells a mix of cheap steak and breakfast food. And as maybe at one point your mouth would have started watering immediately. You look and there's 2 of the guests are sitting up by the bar, the breakfast bar, quote unquote, that has like maybe 10 seats total. And another individual is just sitting in a booth by himself on his phone, drinking a cup of coffee, and an empty plate of what was clearly some eggs and toast at the very least sits at the edge of the table waiting to be picked up. As you walk in, an older woman, of course, behind the bar who's busy kind of serving and chatting with one of the guests, just kind of waves at the 2 of you and gestures at the seats as though to seat yourself. And Roman just takes a lead, and instead of going to the right where there was that gentleman in the booth, he goes to the left where there are empty booths, and he kind of walks to the furthest one to the corner and plops into it and slides in. As you slide in, that squeaking of that cheap plastic just overtakes your ears, and you hear the cracking of where some of the plastic has separated. You see some of that fluff kind of sticking out of the seat just a little bit. And on the table itself, a stain that has been wiped down so many times that the stain is probably itself part of the table. You're there for maybe 30 seconds before the woman from behind the bar walks over with 2 empty coffee cups in one hand, a glass thing of coffee in the other, plops down the mugs with the jingle, separates them, and quickly fills it, reaches into her apron with a handful of creamers and tosses them onto the table with then He points to the edge of the table where you see sweet and lows equals sugars and stuff. She's like, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Take your time. And she plops a couple of menus and she walks. At this point, it would be obvious to you that Roman has, you would see as she plops the menus down, you look over to him, a little bit of coloration kind of returning to his skin. You see the signs of life returning. Clearly, he's going to enjoy some of the food here. The question is, do you, Elspeth? What's your hunger at? Oh, and everybody can heal up, willpower, the usual as needed. What's your hunger at, Elspeth?
It's at 1, because I remember the other thing we didn't cover was me and David, the long feeding scene.
Oh my God, that
where
was
David
like
helped.
An hour and a half of like feeding, because that's the problem. Hakata are
it's a pain in the ass. Yeah,
difficult. Did they know that's when didn't David feed them blood?
Yes. He gave them a little of his blood. Yes, the old man.
Yeah, that's right. The old man. That's
so I am at hunger 1. So
okay, you're actually feeling okay.
Yeah, and depending on what we do tonight, I may need to save my energy. Therefore, I probably.
What does that mean? Depending on what we do tonight, I need to save my energy. Girl, what are you talking about?
Save my vitae. Right. Because if we're gonna do some stuff, I'm gonna need to do a lot of rouse checks.
Oh God, it's only
save it for the paperback novel, Tracy.
yeah. That's for you and your pod privately.
That's for the notebook later.
Exactly,
my little fanfic.
Blush of Life, just a reminder, lasts 8 hours. But yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Just in case you want to do some stuff with some abilities.
Yeah, so I'll hold the coffee in my hand like I'm going to engage, but I am not going to partake.
Okay. You see him reach for his coffee. He takes it black, obviously. He reaches in for no cream or anything like that, and he just starts sipping on it. And as he takes that first sip, he closes his eyes, and you watch him very visibly and not so subtly just enjoy the taste of coffee. Whether he does this often or not, I mean, Kindred in general typically don't blush of life very often in general. Who knows how long it's been since he's had a cup of coffee that he can taste. And as he takes the drink and he lets it just sit and his eyes close, he opens them after a few seconds, places the coffee down gently, looks at you, just kind of like obviously seeing if you're drinking or not. He sees that you're not. And he immediately almost realizes like, oh, it's been a bit of awkward beat of silence now. Hang on, I'll check my sound levels real quick. I can crank these up on, let's see. Does that sound any different?
Literally nothing changed. Nothing ever changes, guys. I watch the decibels every time and nothing ever changes.
But some people say it's never hurts.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying not to talk quietly either. So like I'm trying to project here. I don't know why my mic is annoying. Hang on. There's one other thing I can potentially do. Let's see. Sorry, guys. We're working on it. No, that's not going to do shit. I don't need to compress my sound any further.
Nope.
No.
I'm loud.
I'm pretty loud as well.
Well,
yeah.
I'm the only one that has fucking sound issues ever.
Okay, well, hang on. I can boost mine. I still have a ways to go.
You sound, and I heard you get louder.
Bub sounds pretty good to me.
Everybody sounds good to me.
Honestly, everybody sounds fine to me.
Fine.
But if I had to say, I think maybe like myself and Bub may be a little louder. But
okay, well, I boosted mine to maybe match y'all. So.
I can reduce my compressor. I don't know if that'll help.
I mean, it might.
Does that sound any different?
No, not on our
not
end.
to us, but
it
chat
sounds no different to me
sound
either.
different.
And I'm looking at the bar, and I don't see
everything is fine.
Difference.
I'm telling you, I watch decibels very, very tightly. Nothing ever changes on the decibels.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
At this point, I think people are just trolling.
It might be, and they'll get me every single time.
Me too, because I want y'all to be able to hear what he's saying. Yeah.
I want to fix it. High fidelity music mode. How's that? So you give that a shot? All right, here. I'm good. I'm gonna close this.
You know what it sounds like? Turn your TV up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You deaf son of a bitch. Raise your volume.
Maybe I'll turn myself down. Maybe it's me that's loud.
Jared, turn your volume up. So it takes, as he opens his eyes, he places the cup of coffee down and kind of just looks over to you. There is that maybe potentially perceivable, you could perceive it as awkward beat of silence. There's just a beat of silence. Does Elspeth, I'm curious, in that moment, is kind of, it could be a little telling of Elspeth, of who she is as a person. Does she jump to fill that silence immediately? Okay, yeah. Is there any, does she let the silence sit? No, I immediately...
She hates a dead silence.
All right, I had a weird feeling that Elspeth would be like, I can't do silence. So as the beat sits for like a second or two, what does Elspeth say do or I say perform, but I don't want to imply anything.
She when she sees him take a sip of the coffee, she just doesn't. Well, you've been at this longer than me, but kind of sucks that it doesn't really taste the same.
He laughs and he goes, please don't ever put it that way, please. I don't need this to me. You sound like a baby.
Well, we have established that you have many more years of this life than I do.
Yes. And he nods and he nods and he's just kind of like tries to immediately cut the awkwardness of that conversation. It's like, I don't need age gap issues in my kindred life. All right. Like, he goes and he takes another long sip of this coffee before he puts it down. And he's like, he gestures to you. He's like, not a coffee person or just not?
Well, I just figured I should hold off for now in case other things happen tonight. That sounds weird. And she realizes as she says that, she's like, that sounds weird, but look, and she looks to your necklace, to his necklace, and is like, I know that there are probably other things, ulterior reasons that we are out this evening.
We really got to work on your vocabulary.
Ulterior
reasons, things you expecting to happen. It's just a coffee for right now. And he says that jokingly as he goes and takes another sip of his coffee.
Apologies. I may be getting ahead of myself. That's normal for me. But just that's the reason why I'm not partaking.
He just smiles widely and nods, and he's like, before we get into any of that, be rude of me not to ask about you in general. He's like, I do have, a passing interest in who you are. I mean, obviously, I know what I've come to learn through just working with Janet and the rest of you, but who is, and he kind of like looks you dead in the eyes, and with a very earnest look, who are you, Elspeth?
Well, have you met many Hecata in your time?
He shakes his head no, and he goes, and I'd be willing to bet not many people have. You have to know. And he looks at you, he's with the raised eyebrow. You have to know that, I mean, Hecata aren't exactly the most common thing in the world. They're not like a first edition Charizard card or anything, but they are difficult.
Yeah, they are. I have not met many others other than my sire, so that I understand that, and especially of my bloodline, there's even less of us than that of the other bloodlines, like the Giovanni and such. So
he raises his eyebrows. He's like, "What do you? I thought you were all one."
Well, we are now. We're like the Hecata is really like a combination of a bunch of different bloodlines of the Clan of Death.
I know there was like some incest thing that happened and you kind of all came together, but
yeah. Then don't worry, I'm not part of the incest part. That's
he openly like gives like a laugh at that, and just as he does, the waitress actually interrupts. She's like, "So what can I get you?" And he looks over and he's like, "French toast, side of 2 eggs, poached medium, and for the lady, I think she's good, right?"
I'm just good with just the coffee for now. Thank you.
She nods and she just kind of quickly scribbles something down, and she picks up both menus, slides one of them off to leave on the table, takes the other one, and just wordlessly walks away. You think she had a name on her name tag, but it was so faded and worn, you're not entirely sure what her name was, and she didn't even tell you what her name was. She walks off, and the conversation kind of continues.
Yeah. So yeah, there's like the big one, which is the Giovanni. They kind of like ran the show for a long time. um, for my bloodline. But before the Giovanni, there is an even older group of bloodlines of the clan of death called the Cappadocians.
Is that what you are?
Yeah, I'm I'm
Or
I'm part of
were?
that. Yes.
Were? Are? He's like, wait, so hang on. Pardon me, I didn't finish high school. You, you're a Hakata, but you're also not a Hakata? Like, you are a are you a Cappadocian and like, here's your honorary degree. You are a Cappadocian, but you're not like really a Cappadocian?
No, I am at least as far as I know, fully a Cappadocian. Because of obviously my sire, who is a Cappadocian. Um, she has that blood running through her. But there aren't many left because they were the ones who kind of started everything. Our big great grandfather Cappadocius. He embraced somebody named Augustus Giovanni, and they didn't get along. And Augustus decided to take the clan for himself. He diablerized his sire, and that's how we have all of this. Most of my clan was wiped out a long time ago. So, but now we are the Hikata as a greater family of we all came together for one big family reunion, and everybody decided to kind of truce. And now it's like a big modge podge of Cappadocians, Giovanni, all the people who are associated with the Giovanni, like the Milners, the Duncerns, the Rosselinis. Oh, there's a lot.
You can go ahead and make me a wits insight check, please.
Like she's just going off.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's why you need a wits insight, because
yeah.
Elspeth is enraptured with her own education. With two successes, you know the look of somebody zoning out well enough when you start info dumping about shit. And about halfway through, you started mentioning names, and you watch the light in his eyes die.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't say anything. After you kind of finish it, he's like, that is extremely interesting, and I can't pretend I know at all what you're talking about. But
I won't pop quiz. Don't worry.
Thank God. I guess I meant, who is Elspeth behind all the kindred bullshit?
Who
were you? All right, how about who were you?
Who was I? I was a college educated Ivy League graduate who was going for her master's. I worked in Salem, Massachusetts, and I lived with my grandmother because my family passed away, or my parents. I was an only child. I was an only child, and yeah, and then I met some people who helped me in when I was going through it after I lost my parents in an accident, and they helped me see that death is not always a curse. Sometimes it's a natural.
You say that, and he does kind of give a little laugh, and he's like, "Could have fooled me. Death seems like a hell of a curse."
It in some ways maybe, but I think there's a lot more to appreciate in the natural part of death and when people leave this world and what happens after. So I got really into it and studied it for a while, and then my sire taught me more about the dead. I have a weird fixation on it, and I promise it's not like super creepy. I don't know. It's just like a special interest thing.
He lets that sit for a minute, and he says, I don't mean to get too personal, and just tell me if I am, please. But like, have you talked to your parents after?
Not yet.
How come?
Because there's It's a complicated process. My sire offered to do it, but I want to do it myself. I have a lot more that I need to learn about the dead and how to commune with them properly, and I'm still figuring that part out. I'm still rather new to it all.
I know, yeah. I guess that's where my curiosity kind of sits for obvious, and he kind of reaches up and fiddles with his with the cross for obvious selfish reasons. But also just, is it dangerous?
Well, it's not dangerous per se. The There are some risks involved, but the real risk is that if the person who we talk to, it may be a bit unpleasant for them. Depends, really. Sometimes they want to, sometimes they don't want to. And that is the gamble. If we do talk to her, she might not like it, but you could get answers.
He sits with that. He kind of his eyes break from yours, maybe for the first time in this entire conversation. He looks out the window a bit and reaches for his coffee and sips. He's clearly sitting with that for a minute, and then after maybe a few moments of silence, he says, "Is that why you haven't reached out to your parents?"
I have considered it a lot, and if I might be actually torturing them or not, I don't know. It's kind of a scary thought to think you're torturing a loved one.
You think that's what happens? Torture?
I don't know. There's been some spirits. There's one that lingers in the building where I work, and that one, it seems to enjoy it when we try to talk to her or him or them. But so that gives me hope that it's not always a torment for the ghost.
There's a visible relief that kind of on his face when you say that, and he nods. Good. I mean, good. So it's not always necessarily a bad thing, I guess. I just, I mean, part of me, I don't really know much about what happens after all this is said and done. I've heard many different stories from many different people of many different ages, and everybody has something different to say. I just wonder if it's worth it. I mean, let's go worst case scenario. Say it is torture for this person. Is it worth the pain if it means we can bring the criminal who put her there to justice?
It is a hard question, and I don't know if I have the answer or if I can answer it. It may be something you need to answer for yourself.
Are you even, I guess, word being capable?
Well, I have been very deep in my studies these past few weeks, and I think I am there, but I haven't tried it yet. She says she says that, and she kind of winces when she says it because she's a little nervous.
Yeah,
yes,
you have that grimace, and as you do that, the waitress walks over and slides a plate of food in front of him. They got two of you, as our camera looks at this like profile shot of the booth, two of you continually look at each other as the waitress just kind of comes over, plops in, and walks away. After that, we see the grimace and the smile. He nods. He's like, well, maybe I don't necessarily want me to be your first case.
That's fair.
Are you able to tell if she's even around?
Yes, actually. We could start there. We don't have to talk to her, but we could at least know if she's around.
He again, there's a brief flash of maybe relief before his eyes go to the food and he starts taking a few bites. And he sits with that. Maybe Elspeth tries to fill the silence with some, continuing to talk or what have you. But he very much sits with that for a few minutes as he begins to eat his food before he looks up. He's like, I don't want you to think I'm taking advantage of you or nothing. Obviously, and I ain't going to lie about it. The minute I learned what you are, my interest was obviously piqued.
Not at all. I too, my interest was piqued when I learned that there was somebody that I may also have that motive of learning more and talking to somebody beyond.
Yeah, he nods again and then goes down to kind of face the plate, takes another couple of bites. How do you he swallows. How do you tell if somebody's around?
Well, we are off to a great start so far. First, I may have to find somebody somewhere where the it's easier to talk to ghosts, where it's a bit thinner. Places like graveyards are usually a good bet.
He kind of shakes his head. He goes, I don't know what the fuck that means.
Okay, step one.
What's thinner?
The veil. It's the veil between our world and the dead.
Gotcha.
Oblivion, as we call it. So just being technical. So first we find a location. Second, we take your necklace and I do a short ceremony. And because I've already identified that it is a fetter, then 3, we see if she's around. And that's about it. The fourth step we don't have to take right now, but then I would host her in myself for a moment.
His eyes do widen when we say that.
That's the part.
What? Like,
that's the part I haven't tried yet.
Host?
Yes.
Spirit?
Correct. Yes.
Like a possession?
Yes.
Like from the movies?
Yes, correct. They're not that far off, the movies.
Sounds horrifying.
It's a little bit, but
you've never tried it.
I haven't tried it. I've seen my sire do it though.
He kind of gives a slow nod to that. That's a lot. That's I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of fucking weird.
Yes. So we do not have to go to that step, but we can at least summon her presence. We'll be able to see she may be in your necklace or moving around.
Maybe,
and
it kind of sounds silly, but every once in a while, I swear I can feel her around me.
That's yes.
So
that's
I don't know. Maybe even if just learning she is around would bring me a peace of mind. Tell myself I ain't crazy.
For many, it does, and for many, that is where they leave it, and that's okay too.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, I didn't mean for this to be so heavy.
No, don't apologize. And he raises his hand. I didn't know what to expect. Again, I've never really.
Can I ask, I realize I didn't ask this, and forgive me for talking about myself for so long. Who was she to you?
He takes a moment and you see him kind of grab at the cross. My sister.
Like your sister?
My human sister. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Me too. Not as sorry as the fucker put a bullet in her head's gonna be when I find him, though. I'll make sure of that. And he just watches his eyes go glassy, and he just daydreams, loses himself in his mind for a moment.
That Bruja rage.
Yeah, you very much, and maybe Elspeth hasn't really seen that before. But, I mean, depending on what she's seen in her past, you do see just that rage bubble to the very top. And he doesn't let himself give in, or he doesn't let it overtake him. But air is a good couple of beats before he just kind of comes back. I'd just be good to know if she was still with me, I mean, I feel like it'd bring me a sense of peace, a peace of mind or some shit. She didn't even know, man. She didn't know what I was. I Shit gets complicated when you're on this side of things.
Yeah,
You know that.
it does.
Fuck.
Well,
Sorry, things
it,
got a little weird.
it's okay. It's up to you. We don't have to do tonight.
No, I'd love to do. I'd love tonight. Just feel like I ruined the vibe.
That's okay. That death does that. So I'm used to it.
So like, what the fuck is you? What are you into? What's your favorite? What do you do? What's your hobbies other than playing with dead people? Yeah, other than playing with dead people. Like, what do you do? What did you do before you were whatever you are? What's your hobbies? Are you like? He looks you up and down. He's like, what are you like a girly pop kind of like? I go out to clubbing and I, that kind of thing.
No,
you know what I heard. You know what Lolitas are? You look, you could be a Lolita, right?
I did. I did. I did. I had a few party nights in my time, but no, I was mostly
in my time. Like, yo, I'm fucking 100 years old. Come, bitch, yo, 1 year old. Sorry, that word just came out my mouth. I didn't mean it.
I'll have you know, I was a ghoul for almost 2 years prior to this.
Oh wow, congratulations! You were somebody else's bitch for 2 years.
I mostly I was more reserved, quiet, the scholarly type, unfortunately. So I know that doesn't seem like the anarcha is a bit more rebellious. I was not rebellious.
You know us. Flip the tables, fuck the man, all that good shit.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I just assume I've never really met many anarchs here in the Boston area.
You've probably met plenty. You just don't know it. What do you think anarchs are? You know what? What the fuck do you think anarchs are, Elspeth?
I think they are anti-Camarilla.
Technically, yeah.
It's
more of a live and let live with the cam.
Yeah, I think that they do not like the established sets of order that the Camarilla has established within certain cities, and therefore they choose to make their own rules.
Well, yeah, the Camarilla would love to have the stick so far up everybody's ass they can marionette somebody like a puppet.
Well, it's worked for I don't know how many centuries, so...
He shrugs. Yeah, and Rome was around for a millennia. They eventually fucking crumbled, right?
This is true.
No
I do like history.
Rules forever.
Very true, but I wouldn't really call it a kingdom. I know they call themselves princes, but they also have representatives.
You just said you were a girl of the books, and you're telling me, as he looks around like the proverbial city, this ain't a medieval fucking kingdom with dukes and barons and princes and sheriffs? The fuck are you talking about?
Designated representation for different primage and council members.
Yeah, and America is a democracy, not a kleptocracy. Is that so fucking different? No, it's the same bullshit. Girl, wake. Oh, you're so young. Oh, God.
Oh.
That's fine. No, it's fine. It's okay.
It's here.
It's actually kind of cute.
Well, I appreciate it because I'm just here to learn.
The sooner you accept that this city is a medieval kingdom, the sooner you will come to understand your situation a little better. This ain't... What'd you think it was? Did you think this was a democracy of some kind? What did you think the Camarilla was?
Well, I did not major in political science, so I therefore cannot comment on that. But you're correct. I am familiar with history and how these things go. So you bring up good points.
You are kind of funny.
I've never been called funny before.
Well, look up a career as a stand-up comedian. You might have one. Listen, like, the way you speak, it's okay to, like, not know something.
I suppose.
You suppose? Listen to you. Anything, the minute something gets brought up that you're not aware of, you're like, well, I did go to school and I do know history and I did do this. Girl, it's okay. Just chill or lose. Undo your fucking belt or button on your pants. Just, like, breathe for a second. What did you think? And I'm just genuinely curious. the Camarilla was. What was What is your understanding of the Camarilla? If not a medieval kingdom, what kind of government system are they running?
I assumed it was, the way they hold Elysiums and the way that they conduct and appoint different individuals to a greater court. She's like, as she's saying
the
this,
minute you said court, his eyes open like,
that, yes, there are elements of medieval monarchies as part of it, but it is not one-to-one.
No, it's not one-to-one exactly King Arthur's medieval court. You're right.
Yes. Well,
but if the prince of the city says you die, does that get to have a vote, or do you just die?
No, but they do look out. It's a little more complicated because we have an important masquerade to uphold, and there are a lot of people who violate it, including myself from time to time, and that's not great.
I can see your golden handcuffs from here.
It's only there to keep us all safe because from what I've heard, there are greater dangers out there, like Second Inquisition, who want to take all of our heads off.
Yeah, I mean, he nods. I mean, yeah, there are worse things out there than us.
So it's for our protection.
Yeah. He shakes his head. He's like, sure, yeah, for our protection. I'm just saying, the sooner you realize the kind of system you're under, the more you can start making more educated decisions about what you're going to do with your own life.
Do you have ambitious goals for barony?
Fuck no. Fuck
so
no.
So you're just existing.
Yes, we might as well just call it just existing. For now, my existence is focused on a sole thing, figuring out who killed my goddamn sister and putting them in the goddamn ground, and then I'll go from there. Before that, yeah, I was just making my way through. I found a place where I could call home. I was able to maintain contact with what family I still had without them knowing what I was. Things were good. Things were good. But no, I don't have any interest in ruling shit in this city. Do you?
Not really, no.
He shakes his head. Yeah, because that comes with a threat of life no other goddamn position in the city does. The minute you rule something, you're on a timer before you're eventually killed off for somebody else who wants your spot. Camarilla, Anarch, fucking Sabat, doesn't goddamn matter. Knives are out the minute you have power. That's just how this world works.
Yeah, that's why I keep to my own scholarly studies and don't bother anybody else.
And when your scholarly studies are all done, you're going to start looking to rule the city? What about you?
No, I just want to achieve more and see what really is beyond this whole thing we call oblivion, life, where the ghosts are, what they do, what their goals are, how to it can be, and that's the whole reason the Giovanni were so powerful for such a long time. It's a powerful thing to have the ability to speak to the dead. Not that I want to use that as leverage against anybody or anything. I just think it can be helpful and a useful tool.
That is genuinely a unique stance to take. Something to help others. I wonder how long that'll last.
It's true. I know from what Janet has told me, it generally doesn't last.
He smiles. Yeah, Janet and I feel like would agree on a lot of things.
I think so.
Could have ended up in a lot worse company for someone as young as you. Be kind of yourself lucky that Janet's the one that's kind of got your back right now. Seems like she knows what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, I think she does.
Unlike your other buddy there, David, who doesn't seem like he knows what anything's happening.
Yes, he and I are similar like that, where we have a lot to learn, I feel.
You known Janet all that long?
No, just really in the past year. But we've spent a lot of time together since then, so we're kind of like a coterie now.
Oh, actually, yeah, that word getting tossed around.
We are, yes, because the prince has appointed us to be a coterie.
But it ain't a medieval monarchy.
Yes.
There was no vote. There was no vote. No one got to vote that you were a coterie. Just the prince that dictated you were a coterie, and you just said okay.
It did seem like a natural transition
Oh my
being.
God, I hate you so much. Oh my God, everything I say is a justification. This, a justification that. I need. Oh, you need to be on the streets more or something. I don't know. Just hang out with Janet more.
Well, perhaps the motorcycle will help.
He takes like one big last bite of this French toast before he finishes out, and he goes, "Good idea." He reaches into his pocket, he pulls out some cash, and just kind of plops it onto the table. And he says, "Shall we? Where the veil is thin."
Thin, yes. See, I don't even need to give you a pop quiz. You're picking up on it.
I fucking hate you. And he gets up and he just walks by you with with a pretty with purpose. And there's like a flash of a grin on his face when he says that. And with the heavy stomp of his boots, he walks out the front door. And as the door gets pushed open, the bell jingles. Before we move on to the graveyard, there is Janet and David kind of alone at the quarry. Is there any conversation the two of you want to have at all, or do you want to keep moving on with them? This is just a good moment where we could cut to the scene of you two before we go back. But if there's not, that's fine.
It's still the same evening, right? So
it's the same evening. It's just late. It's like 12,
late.
1
Yeah,
a.m. somewhere around then.
Unless David has something he needs to bring to Janet, she'll probably eat a liver and go to bed or something, you know.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that he has to say.
Okay, that's fine. So the bell of the door for the diner jingles, and you guys hop on your motorcycle, and he just goes. It's not super far of a drive before he brings you to just a small little graveyard, more in like the rural areas, a little bit further into Anarch territory. And when he walks in, it's very clear he's walking you to his actual sister's grave. By the time you get there, you see it's still pretty fresh. Like there's still flowers there. The gravestone is still pretty new. And as you're walking up to it, he's like, "Is this going to be good enough? Like, does the amount of dead people matter?"
I think this will be just fine, especially if this is her.
He nods and kind of like puts your hand up. When he walks over, he just puts his hand on the gravestone, and he's like, "Hey sis, I brought somebody new for you to meet. I don't know if you're here, but maybe with her and some time, we'll be able to talk again. So if you are here," and he looks around, "just treat him nice, yeah?" And he just turns back to you immediately, and you see him reach behind his neck, and he unclasps the necklace and the silver necklace with the cross. And as it kind of into the palm of his hand, he just reaches it out to you. And as you hold your hands out, he just tips it, and the chain just kind of falls, and like water almost kind of falls into your hand with the thud of the cross. And he's like, "Well, Queen of the Damned, take it away."
If at any point you feel uncomfortable or want to stop, just let me know and I will stop the ritual.
Ritual? Oh, man. Yeah, sure, no problem. What does this ritual entail? The word ritual immediately makes me think of the Tremere. I'm sorry.
Apologies.
I goddamn hate the Tremere.
I'm not the biggest fan either.
He looks
Technically,
at you and he's like smiles. He's like, "Thank God."
technically we call it a ceremony. So
Let's just use
it's
ceremony from now on.
it's a little different, yes.
Let me fucking put all the goddamn Tremere in the ground just for existing.
Damn. So I assume I probably will have to also see where the veil is thin. Like I could assume, but I probably shouldn't assume.
Depending how thin the veil is, it gives you bonuses, correct?
It does. That's true, actually. It does give me bonuses.
Do you have that table open?
Yes. Density of the veil. So yes, like impenetrable. I'll take a quick screenshot of it. It's here on demiplane, which is very nice.
Oh yeah, demiplane. That's good.
And then absent. Let's see. So what I am going to do is I have to first rouse. I'm just going to share that so we have it. And then let me take a screenshot of this. This is absent. Okay.
Yeah, the screenshot on you can put on Discord. Sorry.
Yes. I just dropped in Discord what the different densities are. Okay, so I'm gonna rouse, and then I have to. Okay, I
Is where the
succeed.
veil thins a free power, isn't it?
It is not the binding
No.
fetter. Binding fetter is free.
Okay.
So I have to follow a rouse check. The player rolls intelligence plus oblivion with a difficulty of 3, and on a win may determine the density of the veil in the nearby area as large as an entire building or landmark. On a critical, this roll reveals whether the veil density recently changed. On a total failure, the power backfires and gives a false reading. Without the use of this power, Oblivion users cannot benefit from thinning of the veil.
Yep.
And penalties apply. Okay, so let's roll Intelligence Oblivion. 4 successes.
4 successes, so you succeed. And the veil here is thin. -1 difficulty on Oblivion ceremony rolls. The next thing you do is the actual ceremony, correct?
Yes.
Because where the veil thins takes like a round, right?
Correct. And now is the ceremony Summon Spirit. The ceremony enables a vampire to summon a spirit from the underworld, prerequisite the binding fetter. Ingredients: 1 of the targeted wraith's fetters.
Yep, you have the cross.
A photo or other visual depiction, such as their signed name.
You remember what they looked like, and we'll even say that there's like a picture on the gravestone.
I was gonna say on the grave, or even that's what I assume. And and then I take some via Vitae. So
what do you do with the Vitae? Does it say?
The necromancer pours their Vitae over a wraith's fetter, and studying the picture or signature, calls out the wraith's name. The wraith feels their fetter's call and begins a journey from the location in the underworld to that of the caster. Though geography has differing scales in the underworld, a journey may still take several nights if the spirit is on the other side of the world.
If they're literally like in China.
Somebody from okay. Though okay, blah, 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 blah. If the veil is thin enough in the summoning location, the wraith is pulled. The summoned wraith is under no obligation to serve the vampire, and may act with hostility if they feel a vampire is threatening the fetter. Alternatively, the wraith may feel grateful for the summoning and possibly with a possibility of companionship. So the caster dabs the fetter with their vitae and makes the Oblivion ceremony roll.
And how long does the ceremony take to do? Does it say?
The wraith cannot pass through the veil if it's impenetrable. Moving the fetter after the ceremony doesn't help, as the wraith's ability to pass through the veil, blah, blah, blah. The wraith disappears. It doesn't say how long.
Okay.
Wraiths summoned this way do not manifest physically, but as shadows on the walls, quavering silhouettes of their living selves from which voices might emerge. Wraiths speak the same language they did in life unless they've gone trouble of learning new ones in the underworld. Okay.
What's the name of the
Summon spirit.
Summon spirit. So I'll look it up.
So I roll Oblivion and Resolve with these ingredients.
Yeah, it looks like it just seems like it's a instant. Okay, that works.
All right.
So with the veil as thin as it is where it's at, you're looking at a -1 difficulty on your ceremony, and you need what? How many? 3, 4?
It doesn't say. It said 3 for where the veil thins, but it doesn't say the difficulty level here.
1 rouse check, binding fetter, resolve oblivion. It's probably 3, maybe 4 at most. But like again, with -1 because of where it's at, I would imagine you succeed regardless here. So paint the scene for me. As the cross is poured into your hand, is it something as simple as Elspeth's kind of does she stay standing? Does she sit, kneel? Like, go ahead, in your mind, when Elspeth does this ritual, what does it look like? This is
a very like she takes this very seriously, and wants to handle it with the proper care, which is probably why she did go through the means of seeing where the veil is thin first. These are the steps that her sire, that she's been taught. So she goes through all the proper steps by the books, and she kneels toward the grave. And her name, I do want to make sure I have her name. hold on.
No, you're good.
Let's see. Do I have her name? I mean, I guess I could just ask Roman, but I feel like
Yeah, I'm trying to. Let me open up my character Bible real quick.
yeah.
Because you would know at the very least his last name.
Yes, I don't.
I can't remember. Yeah, hang on 1 second.
I have Roman Brooks as his name.
We will say at the moment her name is shit. I know I had a name. I'm looking through. I don't see her. Did I not write it down?
Yeah, I too did not write down.
What name are we looking for?
Her
Roman's
name, the Roman's sister.
Roman's sister, the one that died.
NPC tab.
Yeah, I don't have it written down, it seems. I have his full name.
That could be. That might be under David since he killed her. Let's find out.
Let's see if we even give her a name.
No, I don't think we got her name because I only have her reference as the woman in the park.
Okay. Well, you would see her name was Charlotte then.
Charlotte. And I probably see it on her grave.
Yeah, on the gravestone. You would have seen Charlotte. You said
Brooks.
Brooks.
Yes.
Yep.
So I kneel near the grave. I very delicately, yes, take my own vitae and gently put it in to.
You pull it from your. Did you like draw from your palm?
Yeah, I would draw from my palm.
Okay. With your little knife.
Yes.
You can see that pop. We hear the clack of the knife kind of coming out and slit your palm, and we see a rouse check's worth of vitae. Right? I'm imagining it's part of the ceremony.
Yes.
Over the actual cross itself.
Did I rouse? Oh shit! I didn't do my second rouse. Hold on, let me do that.
Yep, go ahead and do that. You succeeded your first one, which is good, and you succeeded your second one. Phenomenal. So as you do that, you kind of then sit there and kneel and just focus. Enter a meditative state, as it were. Try to quiet your own thoughts and be present here. And as you do so, the first thing you notice is, even with your eyes closed, the wind seems to pick up a little bit. Your hair doesn't move, your clothing doesn't react, but you can hear what sounds like wisps of wind moving to your left and to your right. As you become more and more focused in the moment and your eyes open, we see that foggy, milky sheen that sits over both of your eyes, and you look directly at her gravestone. As you begin to look around, those windy sounds become to be more like whispering sounds, unintelligible, unsure what they're actually saying, but things that are just kind of whipping by your ears more and more. And then something happens that you've never encountered before. As you're looking at the grave and as you become more aware, the color of the area doesn't drain, and very much everything kind of remains the same. But reality itself physically seems to bend as you see what seems to be the outline of someone's face. Just the side of it, the eye socket, the bridge of the nose and the mouth almost press against reality itself, concaving and curving the areas around the gravestone where you're looking, pressing in on your visual cortex and just bending reality to show shimmers and shadows where there ought not be any. Well, you don't see details, you don't see like irises or pupils. You just see the general face of a human face press in against reality, move enough where it seems to turn its head towards you, regard you before it pulls back, and that smooth surface, I guess you could call it a smooth surface, the smooth flatness of reality returns. And then you see a couple of fingers press up against it, and then maybe a little bit over to your left, another full hand presses up against it, reaching towards you. Multiple hands belonging to presumably multiple people, all reaching out towards you, around you, all while the whispers loudly whip by you at any given time. You continue to focus, looking for the individual that you're calling for, focusing on the cross, looking at the gravesite, and regarding these individuals as they tend to reach out, but ignoring those that are, I don't want to say meaningless, it's not the right word, ignoring those that are, I guess for lack of a poetic way of putting it, not who you're looking for. Eventually, though, there is a face that pushes through as all the other hands retract, as all the other faces pull away. as all the whispers grow silent save one. A face pushes through with 2 hands. They get extremely close, maybe inches from your face. They tilt their head to the right, tilt their head to the left, their mouth agape, possibly screaming. It is impossible to tell. Before they turn down and seemingly regard the cross. And as they do, one hand reaches out, their right. And as it reaches through the veil of reality, you see not just a hand, but then the wrist pushing through and the arm pushing through. Again, I'm trying to explain it in a way that makes sense, but it's all translucent, right? It's all taking the form of your surroundings around it. You're just seeing it all pressing through. And as it reaches for the cross, just as the fingertip of its index finger touches the cross itself, as our camera cuts maybe 10 feet away from you at ground level toward the grass, the cross itself flies from your hands, sails across and passes a couple of the gravestones, and lands where our camera sits resting in the tall grass, plopping down. We see Roman, who's standing maybe a foot or so away from you, watch as the cross flies across the graveyard. And we see as Ava blinks a couple of times. And
Elspeth.
as you blink, oh, fucking god damn it. I've been so good about that. I haven't done that in forever. As Elspeth opens her eyes and she blinks a couple times, and you see that particular individual retracting back, and just as it all goes smooth, the whispers stop. You blink and that milky sheen is gone. And you look down as your vitae has been dusted away at this point. And you look behind you, over to your right, behind your right-hand shoulder, where the cross landed in the grass somewhere. And after a few moments, when it becomes clear that you're no longer fully in it, Roman just kind of breaks the silence by going, is that normal? You can make me a wits insight first before you have any. Does it tell you how you don't know how they feel, right? It doesn't tell you how they feel?
I don't think it does.
Okay.
No. 3 successes.
3 successes. It certainly didn't feel pleasant. Though without having the ability to know, I'll have to look, but yeah, it didn't feel pleasant.
Okay. Results vary.
You succeeded in your ceremony, so you know that it was her.
Yeah.
You're aware that it was who that was her. So she's at the very least, she is technically around.
But she is there. Charlotte is there.
She is, and you just see, does it almost like the cross getting flung from your hand, and maybe even the look of like you not necessarily looking confused, but just kind of trying to interpret what happened. All that concern and anxiety seems to vanish from his face. He's like, she is? Oh shit, hang on. And he actually walks off really quickly, occasionally breaks into a quick jog and grabs the cross from where it's at. The blood up, your vitae long gone now, obviously from the cross as well. And he brings it back and you see him putting it back around his neck. She's here? I mean, she's around?
Yeah, she is.
Oh my God, Elspeth. And he just walks up to you, and as like he like maybe even hoists you up off the ground if you haven't got up from your knees yet. And he like will just give you one of the most genuine hugs you've probably ever felt in a while. And he just squeezes you tight, and he's like, as he kind of like rests his head. How tall is Elspeth again?
Like 5'6" average.
Okay, so you're around the same height as this guy. He's not super high tall or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's like 5'9", 5'10" or something. But he gives you a hug and he leans his head down as as the camera kind of pans around, his eyes are closed and there's like an actual genuine, just small smile on his face. It's like, I don't care how any of this else went. I'm just, she's, and maybe delusionally to you before I finish what he's going to say. But when he says, he's like, she's okay. She's okay. And you know that is not necessarily true.
Yeah.
But at this moment, I don't know if Elspeth cares to like correct him.
Yeah.
But you feel his head just lean into you, and he's like, Elspeth, you've done more for me than anyone has done in the past 2 months. Thank you. Holy fucking shit. Thank you. Oh,
happy I could help.
And you feel his body reflexively, even though he doesn't need to do that, just that human reflex that's still there. Take a deep, relieving breath. And as he kind of outwardly kind of lets his breath out, he loosens his grip around you, and he's like, and he just like looks you like deeply in the eyes, and there immediately is like but there's that immediate like as he's looking you in the eyes, there is a genuine look of what's the word I'm looking for? He's looking at you like he hasn't looked at you before. There is more than a surface level curiosity there. You can wits insight me, perhaps, is the best way to do this.
I'll do that. Let's see, wits insight. Roll. Whoa, 5
Holy
successes.
He's looking at you like God fucking handed him a miracle. Like he's genuinely looking at you with like, I don't want, the word's not love, but like a genuine appreciation for you. And he's almost seeing you in a way he wasn't really looking at you before, where prior he was trying to figure out if this is all going to work. He says, do you want to like go grab like ice cream or something? Was that hard? He like looks at your palm. He's like, I know that shit is easy to fix up, but like, are you hungry?
I'm surprisingly okay. That doesn't always go that way. So maybe I can actually
my sister, I knew she was special. And he kind of like mutters that to himself a little bit.
She laughs, like she laughs at that and smiles. Yeah, let's go get ice cream or something. That sounds good.
Hell yes. And he and there's like a pep in his step that just wasn't there. He helps you up on his motorcycle and revs up the engine, and ride off you go. And while we see you ride off, as we fade to black before fading back into the quarry, you went and had ice cream. What's Elspeth's favorite ice cream? Do you rouse check because you're gonna eat this?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I did not have to suffer any hunger, so yes.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Hey, look at that. Wow, what a night. What a night. The dice are loving Elspeth tonight.
Yay.
So as you go out and you eat your ice cream, what is your favorite ice cream? What is Elspeth's favorite ice cream, rather?
Rocky Road.
Rocky Road, okay.
Chocolate with a little like almonds and marshmallows in it, just like a nice little mix of sweet and salty.
Yeah. No, I love that. Rocky Road is a fucking phenomenal ice cream.
It is.
He gets himself a cookie dough, like a very classic kind of just cookie dough with Oreo crumbles mixed into it. You guys enjoy your ice cream. God knows what you talk about. It's not a super long conversation, as is already pretty late into the night. Driving out to the graveyard, driving back, and then driving to the quarries a few hours. By the time you get back, it's like 3:30 in the morning. You have another couple hours before the sunlight rises. And whatever
is Janet up waiting for me to
I imagine they're both up, because like it's not like they go to sleep until the sun goes up. Their body doesn't shut down.
They're doing their thing.
Yeah, they could just be chilling alone, whatever the case is, whatever David and whatever Janet is doing. Whatever you're doing, you're interrupted by the sound of a motorcycle after they've been gone for about 4 hours total. And the motorcycle revs. It never stops. The engine never turns off. There's up top, whether you're up there or not, there's a hug by, and he walks you to the gate, but he gives you a hug. And he looks to you again. He's like, genuinely, thank you. If that's all you're able to do for me, I haven't felt this fucking at ease about this shit since the night it happened. So, God damn, the Hikata are weird, but I appreciate you.
That's what I'm here for. And I am so glad that this all worked out.
As he, like you said, he gives you a hug, and at the end, he's like, ice cream another night?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Maybe sans the whole ceremony bullshit.
Yes, we can probably just have some fun.
And you can work on not having to be right at everything all the time.
I will try. Maybe you can give me more political takes.
He laughs as he swings his leg up over the motorcycle and gives the engine a rev. And he just nods, and he whips his motorcycle around, kicks up some gravel, and peels off to the road for the evening. The motorcycle grows quieter and quieter, and as Elspeth turns around to walk into the gate, I imagine
she's like a Disney princess, after the magic carpet ride, and Jasmine comes back, and she's just like she's singing. La, la, la.
I was gonna say, is she like humming a whole new world to herself?
Yeah, like
my
she's like talking
God.
to the animals, you know. She's just
You walk
she's
in, there's a little possum and a rat, and you're just like looking at them. And you're like, "Hello, little possum. Hello, stinky little rat."
Just from the woods, you're like,
yeah. You hear the jangling of cans as they run off.
yeah. So you hear Elspeth just as chipper as ever, singing and prancing.
Oh my God!
through-
Is she actually singing like? Is she humming like a whole new world to herself? No, it's fine if she is. You don't have to be. Tell me what Elspeth would be doing, not what Tracy would be doing.
the song with Belle with Beauty and the Beast, the something that I haven't found before.
So you just hear her going,
God.
before, and as she's walking in.
I kind of probably clear my throat just loud enough to like draw attention, but like
I'm
not
laughing.
say anything.
David,
you know.
I don't know. You don't know why? You know that song. You know that song very well. Maybe if she's singing it, David hears it, and he knows that Beauty and the Beast song.
someone inside of him was a Disney kid for sure. Yeah. I'm convinced of it now.
God.
So Janet, you both hear this as walking in, but Janet walks up.
The clearing of the throat halts the chipper humming that Elspeth just brings her back to reality for a
I'm
moment.
so sorry. Did I interrupt?
No, sorry. Was I being too loud?
Oh no. Just too chipper.
I forgot that this was doom and gloom hour. Are we not allowed to be chipper?
No, I just, thought that it was gonna be all business.
There was some business, yes.
The business end of some like what? I don't even want to know. Did you have a good time?
I did, yes. And I helped Roman find his sister.
The dead one?
Yes.
You found her. The dead sister.
I found her in Oblivion and I brought her.
Oh boy, God, here with the Oblivion again. Okay, so what?
Honestly,
What you and the Bruja did on a motorcycle is entirely your business, kid. Did it help us in any way solve our current problems?
Other than we have a very happy Bruja Anarch.
Okay, put it in your diary.
Okay. No, I don't know. I guess not then, Janet. I'm sorry that I had one happy night. Okay, and it didn't immediately.
That's a one shot with just me and Elspeth titled "One Happy Night." It's just a one shot with Elspeth.
Riding on the back of a motorcycle.
I'm sorry that not every activity that we all partake in further benefits our greater goals at the current moment.
Well, it's Janet. She got a little pep in her step when she came.
I know. I think Janet's sitting there smiling, watching you kind of go off. One, because she knows how to press your buttons, but two, she, it's cute. It's cute. It's cute.
I'm just saying that it was fun. Like, it was a really, really good night.
You don't gotta apologize for having a good time, kid. I'm only, pulling at your knee socks or whatever.
Okay, well, yeah.
She's wearing knee socks, isn't she?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Always.
Yeah.
Next time I need to be more prepared and wear pants to ride a motorcycle, So.
Well,
maybe I'll be changing up my attire.
If I still had a, never mind.
Tailor shop, yes.
Yeah, I could make you a pair, but oh no, that's all gone now.
Well, we do like to go thrifting here, so maybe I will.
No, you. You like to go thrifting. I would not be caught dead. And I am dead.
It's fine. I will head to my pod.
You're like, it's fine, and just walk by Janet.
Are you sure there's nothing else you want to talk about? You seem a little.
Well, if you really want to know, it's fine.
Where's
She
David?
gets-
Now? Is David
just-
around? Is he listening?
I mean, David's listening, but like
Okay.
he's had a lot over the last couple of nights. I just like that this is transpiring. Like, I'm sorry, Janet. I've had a great night with a lovely man on the back of a motorcycle. I'll be in my bunk.
I'll be in my pod. Well, if you really want to know, Janet, it went really,
Well,
really, really great.
Did he take you anywhere other than like his dead sister's graveyard?
We went to the diner, a different diner.
Okay.
We went to an Anarch Territory diner, and
Interesting.
we talked. He asked me about my life, which was really nice. Like he asked about me, and then we talked about politics a little bit and like the Anarch Camarilla, and he, reminded me that the the Camarilla is like kind of a monarchy. And I didn't really
Well, duh.
I didn't really think about it that way. I really just think that, they're looking out for our best interests, and he,
We live under someone called the Prince.
yes. But
Aren't you supposed to be the one with all the degrees?
yes, I'm just saying it's not a one-to-one comparison to any other type of like medieval system.
This is how we learn, okay? Anything
It's
else?
fine. Well, and then we, that's where we went to his sister's grave. And I was able to summon this spirit to the necklace. And it was like, this is why I do these things, Janet.
Uh-huh.
The relief that I saw on his face after that he knew his sister was still out there. I did offer to.
How is that a relief?
For some people, it's really important to know, like, where to know that that person is still there despite everything. That her spirit is still with him.
Right. Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's
okay.
not for everybody. I get it, Janet.
Yeah,
it's
no,
not for you.
If somebody dead, I want him dead,
I
don't want him coming back.
I understand. It's not for everybody, but it certainly was for Roman. And
there's nothing like a little brooding brouhaha to really pull at your heartstrings. Okay.
Well,
so you talked to his dead sister. Did she approve of your new motorcycle relationship?
I see, that's where it was a little unclear. I'm not sure. So we didn't go the next step where I could have actually like hosted her spirits and we could have actually asked some questions. He didn't want to go that far because there is the risk that the spirit doesn't want that and it could be unpleasant.
Your first date wasn't even dinner and a movie. You're talking next steps, and the next step is talking to his dead sister, not even getting to second base.
That is up to him if he wants to make that choice to take the next step.
Yeah. Okay.
So he wasn't ready tonight. So, but he at least knows.
I'm glad you had fun.
But the best part, Janet, was like after it happened, like we embraced. And
little post-coitus action. Him, and his sister.
Oh my gosh, you're not taking this seriously.
Honey, like I said, I'm really glad you had a good time. It all just seems a little weird. I'm usually down for dinner milkshakes and...
You don't get it. That's fine. You don't get it.
Sure. Janetti doesn't get it.
I can't really describe the way he looked at me, but I think it was different.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay. Why do I even bother?
No, I'm happy for you.
I'm glad.
Kid, is this your first major crush?
I've had crushes before, but...
Okay, to the point where you're talking to his dead sister and talking about the way he gazed at your eyes after, you did it.
It's not felt like this before. That is
so it's
correct.
Special. So this is the first time it's been special?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you telling me that this is like, are you gonna here to crush my hopes and dreams.
No,
that this
no,
is-
I crush nothing but men's hearts.
Well, don't crush Romans.
Trust me, honey. He don't want me riding on his motorcycle.
Okay. Well,
He did say to make sure you be thankful for Janet.
he did appreciate you. I will say that much.
Well, that's good. Most men do.
Thank you so much. Your mom's hot.
Dude, thanks so much, Mr. Nitty, for the sandwiches.
Oh my God.
You want to go play some more Call of Duty?
I'm just saying, I think he has a respect for you.
Well, as long as he treats you right and doesn't break your little schoolgirl heart, I'll continue to maintain a decent respect for the, he can't help that he's of the male genome.
Do you think that it's a problem that he's also not of the Camarilla genome and is an anarch?
I think you make your own choices, honey. Would I date an anarch? Hell no. Ooh. It's a lot of angst.
To be clear, he isn't an anarch. He is of the Brujah Camarilla. He is just extremely friendly with the anarchs.
Oh, okay.
Remember the war counts and all that stuff?
I
He's
think-
still-
I think, as Jenna Janetti is wanting to do, I'm going to leave you with just think on this, okay? If he's getting something out of this friendship, question is, what is Elspeth getting?
Happiness?
You really should set your standards just higher.
Is that what it is? Is this all transactional? We can't just
Oh, honey, everything has a price, and anybody that tells you different is just trying to sell you something.
I think it started that way.
Okay, and it's what evolved into romance?
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, like I said, just remember, if you're gonna fulfill, his needs, you should consider what kind of needs he can fulfill for you. Like all of those connections with all those anarchs could come in handy at some point.
He seems to very much hate the Tremere also. Like he was
Oh.
spitting on their
Really?
grave when I spoke of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Suddenly
So-
Janet is locked in.
Suddenly she's interested. Okay.
Well, it's nice to have common interests because we too hate the Tremere.
That's true. So
Well, I think this is the start of a lovely friendship. Congratulations on a first date.
thanks.
You're welcome.
Elspeth
All right.
awkwardly just walks by. And
Yep.
as you're heading to the pod, you actually notice David's off in the distance, not super far away, clearly was listening in on the whole thing.
Poor girl. I probably just mutter under my breath.
Do you wave at David? Does David wave at her when she walks by?
Just a happy. She just smiles and waves and is just continues to hum to herself.
Elspeth is beaming.
Yeah. Back to
Probably,
her
David probably
pod.
hasn't seen her this happy either before. This is new. David, do you just wave and let her go by?
Yeah, I think so. I think David will probably pass by, let her go to her pod, maybe even walk up to Janet. Why was she so happy?
Because something vibrated between her legs tonight.
Oh. Would that make me happy as well?
Possibly, honey. It's who am I to yuck your yum?
You were goading her.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Was it because she was having a good time or for
No,
another
honey.
reason?
It's because I'm trying to help Elspeth realize that she has so much potential. And the manipulation of men is a fast way to the top of the food chain. And she has all the tools.
I think I understand.
She kind of lacks the confidence. But if it's real love or whatever, that's a burden they have to bear.
I think I understand.
Okay.
We see David look away and he seems to be processing it for a second.
But who knows? Maybe it's true love.
I think he's trying to process the point of seeing someone happy, but also kind of like ribbing them, like playfully ribbing them for having a good time. He's not sure about that specifically.
And like why Janet would do it. Well,
Yeah.
other than the fact she got actually good information and now
Yeah.
she knows more about Roman Brooks. It's just I guess you never had siblings, but some would call it toxic love. Yeah, you poke and you prod to remind them that you care. Because if I didn't, I could have just given her the middle finger and told her to go.
How
Ride a
long?
motorcycle.
How
Yeah,
long
right.
has it been since you have only thought of something like this as transactional?
Oh, honey, everything's transactional at some point or another.
Am I a transaction?
No, not currently. I enjoy your company. That in and itself is a wonderful transaction and something that you can't just buy off a shelf.
I like that. I'm happy that I am not a transaction.
No, hun. Though I promise that if you do in some way become transactional, I will let you know in advance. That seems just fair. Plus, I don't know that it's really me you got to be worried about, considering the fact that the Tremere are usually using you more transactionally than I ever thought about.
Hmm. So then you have thought of me as a transaction.
Sure, the first night we met you, I'd never seen anything like you. My mind started racing of all the many ways I could trade, deal, and smooth my way to using you. But you're special, honey. Things change.
I heard what you said about the tailor's shop. I am still sorry.
It's okay, honey. Again, things happen the way they happen, and Janet Janetti is going to play the card she is dealt. And if they think just because they took my stuff that I'm not going to rise to the occasion, well, then they've underestimated me. You don't steal from Janet Janetti.
I will figure out how to help you get your stuff back.
Oh, I have a feeling it's all going to turn out just right in the end.
Should I also playfully rib her?
I think she would probably benefit from a softer touch from you, David. But encouraging her however feels right for you is you.
Maybe I will leave her be for a while.
She probably needs to simmer on it. I mean, right now, I could go ahead and tell you she's laying flat on the bed thinking about Roman Brooks and the way his hiney looked on a motorcycle,
The little feet are kicking at the end of the
Yeah,
bed.
at the end of the bed, she's scribbling away in ink on paper, talking to her diary about how great it was. And that's okay. She needs that. We all deserve that at some point in our lives.
I will congratulate her on a night with enjoyable metal between her legs.
You should. I think she'd like that very much.
Did David go do that now?
Yes.
Okay, you're sitting. David walks away from you, Janet, and Janet kind of finishes up what she's doing before she heads to her pod for the night. But Elspeth, you're in your pod. Are you kicking your feet at the end of your bed, scribbling in your diary?
She's probably writing in her journal. Yes.
Yeah. There's a rap at your door.
Yes. Janet, are you here to tell me more, lecture me more on the evening's affairs?
No, Elle, it is me.
Oh, David, come on in.
I just wanted to say that it was nice to see you smile. I'm glad that
Thank
you
you.
had a wonderful evening, even if it came at the cost of vibration between your legs.
Oh, David, if I could still blush, I probably would.
But why? You seem to be very happy.
I am. Just, uh, you know,
He doesn't.
he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Oh gosh. It's complicated. Feelings are complicated, David.
I understand feelings. I just do not understand the way that people look at me.
Mm. There is there's a thing called attraction, And people feel it for each other.
I gather attraction, and I understand that as well. But many do not look at me the way that
Mm,
I would like for them to look at me.
it's true. Sometimes it's a bit more objectification, because you are what some would consider a masterpiece of the human physique. Uh, you're looked at more objecty,
Their eyes
while
are hungry.
yeah, um, that's not always the most pleasant. Actually, most of the time, it's usually not pleasant. Although some people do enjoy that. Uh, but then there are things like two people who are like really into each other and they look at each other more like subjectively. And I don't know if the option of objectifying, but
I know that
it's more of a mutual attraction.
I seem incredibly naive, but I understand sexuality.
Yeah. So maybe that's why I was blushing, because sometimes it can be a little more of a taboo topic for people. Other people are much more open about it.
I
I'm a
am
bit more.
open about it. I just do not like to be touched. At least not without my permission.
Yeah, unless it's somebody, you might be into. She winks.
That is something I do not understand. I have not met anyone that I am into.
And maybe it'll happen one day, maybe it won't. Either way, it's okay. You might not be into people that way, and that's also valid. So it's just whatever. You kind of have to, sometimes it takes a while to figure that out. I know some people, it takes like years to figure out what they prefer.
I realize that much of attraction physically comes from bodies, and I have seen now with many experiences the way that people look at my body, the way the man at the club wrote his number on my body, the way that Ivy stares at me, and I understand it, but I need for someone to recognize David before they see me for something more.
Yeah, I feel that way too. I'm not a person who is immediately attracted to a person physically. You have to have that connection first. That's important.
I hope that you find that with Roman.
I hope so too, David.
She just like presses the pen up against her bottom lip when she says that.
He does seem very nice, albeit a little angry, but from my understanding, that is just the Bruja.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, he is very nice.
I just wanted to say that it was nice to see you smile, and the closest I've seen you that way was when you spoke of your grandmother.
She like kind of sits on that for a minute and nods. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, David.
It was a nice break from the normal.
Yeah, it's usually a lot more intense here in our conversations, and it's nice to have a break from that sometimes.
I enjoy the counterpoint between you and Janet. She is a wedge in the way of anything that refuses to move. And she is very driving. You are not the same way. You are softer. And I believe she recognizes that you must harden, at least in order to weather what's coming.
It's good. It's good that we have that balance because we can also learn from each other. Because I think I can learn that from Janet, and maybe she can learn to be a bit more soft from us.
The first person to touch me that did not scare me was the Witch of the Yards. But I do not think that I like her because she does not understand how to speak clear.
I too do not like the speaking in riddles. I like more direct. So I agree. It's hard to figure her out.
Have you ever viewed me as a transaction?
No.
I just
No.
heard what was said between you and Janet, and she said that everything was transactional. And I just wondered if you had viewed me that way.
I think we have our circle here, our coterie, and everything we see on the outside could be considered transactional. Even Roman kind of said that. We had a little discussion about that everybody, when the minute you get in power, people are looking to stab you in the back. And when you have something that somebody wants, it's just all dog eat dog out there. So we have our safe space here.
And you like the chaos that he brings.
A little bit. I like the different perspective.
You are peaceful and questioning. He is loud and blunt. It's the opposite of you in many ways.
Yeah, another nice balance of things.
Maybe he will take me on the motorcycle next so I can see if I enjoy it as well.
I think you would. I think you would, actually, David. Although it's probably not as cool as being able to fly. The same wind in your hair effect. It's nice.
Nobody wants to fly. I keep offering, but everyone is so afraid of falling. Or being seen. I'm not sure which it is.
I think it's the latter. I wouldn't mind flying, but I don't want to see somebody. I don't want to be caught on somebody's cell phone on Instagram the next night, flying through Boston.
Do you think Roman might like to fly?
Might be interested. Take him for a little flight. Maybe through the woods.
Ask him next time. He seems to not like me much, but I do not mind him.
I'll ask him.
That's all. Thank you for talking with me.
Have a good rest of your night, David.
And as everybody meanders off to their pods, David, as you step out into the moonlight one last time for the evening, you actually catch a glimpse of the moonlight kind of sparkling across the little vial that dangles around your neck. And as you look down and making your way in, maybe, do you take the vial off every night before you go to bed? You just leave it on? As maybe you just catch a glimpse, you would actually note a bit of one of the dead petals on it. A few of them seem to be regaining life. A couple of the petals have regained their color. Not all of them, but just a few of them. David may do nothing about this. It's just something to note. And as Janet makes her way back into her pod, perhaps it was the conversation that was had, or perhaps it's just a coincidence, but you see on the floor, squarely in the center of your pod, a ring. Yeah. Your husband's ring.
I will pick it up. I will say nothing. This is probably usual. I'll put it in a jewelry box with a bunch of other rings that I managed to get out of the building before we had to evacuate.
Hasn't happened since you've been in the quarry. First time it's happened since you've been in the quarry.
I think if it's the first time, she'll probably say, I must have dropped that. And just kind of pick it up and put it back where it belongs.
Where you're again, internally, you're pretty certain that's where it was, but things have moved. You know, boxes get shifted around. It's not nearly the way it was. Maybe it was just fell and landed on the floor. But we see Janet pick it up, put it back where it belongs, wrap up for the night. And as everybody enters torpor, as the sunlight hours come to, we can cut to break. And we will be back in just a few minutes, everybody. See you in a bit.
Oh.
Oh,
Hello, everybody. Oh, welcome
Hello,
back,
everybody.
Yeah. I'm just dropping some reminders of like little conversations we were having between sessions. Welcome back to the show. We're actually just gonna jump right back into it. If everybody wants to make me a rouse check for waking up on this particular evening.
let's go. Keep that
Looking
hunger
good.
low.
God damn.
Wow.
Elspeth is like blessed by the dice today for whatever
Truly.
reason. Like, the not a single failed roll in anything you've done
Nope.
tonight for your
We take that.
rouse checks. Like
Yeah.
you made 4 or 5 rouse checks tonight, and they're all successful. So
Will not complain.
congrats, because there
Yeah.
are the days where that will be an entire episode. As we kind of come into the night, as you wake up and go about your morning routines, unless there's anything specific anybody wants to do in their morning routine, you wake up to Magpie around the quarry. Clearly had arrived while the sunlight hours are up, getting more wiring set up. It's looking like the security system is mostly fully finished at this point. By the time you're walking out of your pods, Magpie's like finishing stocking a few more wires up by the office building that is now fully in reconstruction mode. It's got little scaffoldings around it. It's basically being fully repaired at this point by the construction company. And you see a lot of like Ethernet cords that are being kind of hung by little poles and stuff leading up to that office, still temporarily set up. But cameras, a few CCTV cameras, I imagine, and we can talk about this maybe off camera, but I imagine not the entirety of the quarry is covered by CCTV
No, in
cameras.
fact,
It's probably just certain
it's only
areas.
certain areas. So
Right.
like the quarry itself, I don't know why we would need cameras inside of the
Sure.
quarry. It would be on the main building, but it's not going to
Yes.
point back to like where our storage units are and those kind of things. It's like if somebody tries to break into the business, there
Right.
are cameras on the business.
So, you see Magpie just kind of like with wires up and over his shoulder. He's already up there by the office building. He's kind of like lowering them down onto like a wooden, what do you call it, pallet, plops them down next to some other stuff that the construction people have left around. He sees and probably hears you guys kind of like coming out for the night, looks and maybe gives you a brief wave and hopes to God you don't need him for anything, and seemingly is trying to make his way out of the quarry.
Wait a second. Did he give us the name of his ex-girlfriend?
Yes, you have it. Yeah. Isabel or something.
Isabel, I got it. Okay, then
Yes.
yes, he's free to go.
Yeah, you
you
didn't let him leave last time until like he tried to leave like twice and you called him back
Yes.
both times and he was
Yeah,
like,
no,
"Fuck."
I got that information that I needed. That's right.
But yeah, you see, you very clearly notice a bit more pep in his step as he's waving at you, like he's out of here before you have a chance. Yeah, he quickly skedaddles from all of this. Eventually, the three of you are up for the evening, come together for your usual nights. And like I said, I know there's some things Coterie needs to have some conversations about before Janet goes to her sire, which is part of the plan and so on, obviously. And then obviously the mob stuff will kick in more when this place is fully rebuilt.
Right, functioning.
And then we can work
The good
on...
news is I'm only sitting at 2 hunger, so I don't have to kill anybody tonight. Like
Yeah,
Janet's getting hard up. She needs those mob bodies to start coming through.
Yep.
Okay. I think you probably
in the morning, does Janet check if the ring is on the floor? It isn't, but I'm very curious if there is a conscious decision for her to check to see if the ring is still where she left it last night.
She has no reason to believe that it would move, right? Like,
sure, no, yeah, absolutely.
because she still thinks that it was the building that was haunted. So she thinks she's got out of this husband haunting problem.
Yep.
So I don't think she would be looking for it unless she comes across it. And second time, then we got a problem, right?
Yep. So when you wake up this morning, it's not on the floor. You don't bother. Yeah, you're like, you know what? Fuck it. You can go out. Oh, continue. Sorry.
No, and I think at this point she kind of gathers like Janet's made some notes, right? She's by no means like a detective, but she's got some receipts. She's got these financials. She's got the building, the Tremere building draft. She's got these kind of pieces and parts, and she's still really struggling to try to figure out what we're gonna do to help David out of what inevitably is going to be them finding out who he is. And she's probably like sitting out on some shitty patio furniture or something that like the construction guys use with like a cup of coffee and like kind of looking over all of this. You know, there's nothing special. There's no red lines. It's just kind of a lot of paperwork and stuff, you know?
Yeah, that's what David and Elspeth walk out to probably as she's like I said, setting up, sitting down, going over some paperwork.
Going through the morning news, Janet? Or
yeah, where the front page headlines.
Anything interesting?
I mean, you mean the part where we're fucked or we're fucked?
Question is, who do you want to be fucked by?
Right. And see, this is what I've been thinking about, voice from nowhere. Eventually we're going to have to choose a side, and we can't fight the Tremere, and we can't fight the Camarilla. So at some point we're going to have to find some allies. And usually allyship does not come without large payment. And I'm not talking all the time about money. So anyways, I was thinking, who might, other than, you know, your newfangled boyfriend, have a distaste for the Tremere?
The question is who doesn't, is really.
This is true, but who particularly might have more distaste?
That's
the Tremere.
Actually, David, that's rather astute because I had, you know, already told our dear friend Elspeth here that I think one of the easiest ways for us to maybe help you is to go to the other chantry who actively is, you know, upset with the local chantry.
Yes.
And pin them against one another. Internal civil war again. The least they're going to be worried about is you and your chiseled body, you know?
It did mention that as an option. The only fear with that is like
if he's still going into a group of Tremere, which is why I've been thinking about somebody other than the Tremere.
Okay, who else hates the Tremere? The Zamitsi, the Salubri, obviously, the Gangrel, the who else has like legitimate grievances? Like
the Ventrue. The Ventrue.
The Ventrue, I mean, yes, obviously.
Look at it like this. When we were sitting in that room and that little puny twink of a man was selling us through his contract for the Tremere for us to dig up all this information. What was the one thing he said and the one group of people he thought were interfering?
The Ventrue.
The Ventrue.
And they do seem to meddle in
Now,
all those types of affairs. So yes.
precisely. Now, if the Tremere really want David, what's to say that the Ventrue wouldn't want to inevitably help David by offering him another option? If the Ventrue have control of the situation, as they like to have, they have a leg up on the Tremere, and they can't just walk in and take David. Our prince is a Ventrue, for Christ's sake.
Yes, I think if anybody is going to be able to get David out of that kind of bind, I think the Ventrue would be the best bet.
But like I said, it will come at no small price.
What can we offer is the question.
Well, Janet kind of looks to David. She says, well, David is the offering.
Are we looking to avoid offering David? That's the whole reason we're getting away from the Tremere?
I don't mean in the same kind of way the Tremere want him, but...
Okay, so not to experiment on him, but...
I think that it is necessary. Everyone is measuring my value as an asset. And at least the Ventrue will not pick me apart.
It is true. We won't turn you into a science project, but I can't assure you that they won't want to use your lovely abilities to benefit them.
So we're going to get screwed, just not immediately.
Oh, yeah, of course, honey. We're going to get screwed either way. The good news is if we're screwed by the Ventrue, at least we have a little bit of a leg up, and I'm involved in some way and can maybe take on some of that heat. So David doesn't end up on a slab.
That's a good point.
So here's the thing about that. The prince is more like a title. They're still bound and have certain rules and things that they have to adhere to. Our local prince, as per our last interaction with her, has shown her hand to be that she feels that she is in control. But there are some kindred that are powerful enough that their word alone can sway the mind of a prince.
So somebody else like high up in power.
Yes.
We get somebody else high up in power to convince the prince.
Yes.
And we get David protection and like a diplomatic immunity from the Tremere taking him away.
Correct. Because nobody wants the Tremere in power. They don't even technically hold a seat right now. It's clear that this whole thing is in some way, shape, or form somebody's play to make for a Tremere seat of power in the city. And there's got to be some of the clans that don't want to see that happen.
Like the Ventrue.
Precisely.
Okay. So we need a powerful Ventrue then.
We do. And I have somebody in mind. But it's, well, it's well, I'm not exactly sure how to get there yet. You know, it's kind of like A to D. The B and C in the middle is a little blurry.
Who do you have in mind?
Have you ever heard of hang on. Have you ever heard of someone named Fiorenza Savannah?
Oh, I don't think Elspeth has, but Tracy has.
Elspeth probably has not.
No, I'm not familiar.
Well, let's just say she might be one of those Ventrue who tends to sway the ears of those in power. But the cost is high.
What can we offer this Fiorenza? Just
There's
hours.
nothing that you can offer her.
So then what do we do? How do we get her help?
She's also like not near Boston.
I was gonna say,
but she works on a worldwide scale by sending agents to watch people.
She can. For sure.
Yeah.
She's out in Mexico City, right?
Yes. Yep. She's a powerful player. Kind of across the board. Very influential. I guess what I'm saying is there's nothing the two of yous can offer her. It would be what I could offer her.
What can you offer her?
Well, that is for me and her to decide if I can get her ear or attention.
Hmm.
And the only way to do that is through my sire.
I see.
But that is going to require us to come clean and tell the truth to my sire, as well as introduce David and somehow convince him that David, is as special as we say he is.
Hmm.
Which
How,
is not going to go very far unless I have some better proof that maybe the Ventrue are being set up to take part of this fall and have somehow become involved in all of this.
hmm. Remind me again, Janet, how did you leave off with, I know you met with your sire more recently. How are things with
Things are
them?
wonderful. He's perfect.
What's inside?
That's
I'm like, I'm not sure if I believe her.
up to is Janet being obvious with the
Um,
sarcasm?
I
Yeah.
answered her question. Whatever she says,
Hmm.
it takes from that is up to her. I'll tell her if I maybe based on the role. I don't know.
Are you can I look into this a little more?
You can wits inside it. I mean, I'm not like hard lying to you.
hmm.
Janet believes he's perfect.
Okay, so this shouldn't be a problem then. If you go to your sire and if they trust you, then
Yeah.
you should be able to convince them that David is very valuable and that
It's not really about me. I need to know that that's what David wants to do. Um, because I guess you could say my sire, he's not, well, he's not rainbows and sunshine.
what do
And,
you
it is a risky move. Because if we tell him the truth, there is, really nothing stopping him from telling the prince the truth or the Tremere the truth. It may, exacerbate our problem, or it might work out in our favor if we again can offer him something worthwhile.
what do you think about this, David?
I am happy to meet with your patron. If it means
Um,
that it will lead us to some form of safety for both of you.
I'm more worried about safety for you, honey.
I do not think that I am worried about my safety.
Well, I think you should be.
Everyone that I meet, I am met with either fear or some form of hatred. The fear is always quiet and ashamed, and the hatred is oftentimes loud and certain. But I know that they stem from the same place. And it
I
is
don't.
a question of what if this thing hurts me?
I think that the Tremere aren't interested in hatred. Uh, or being scared of you. They are far beyond a bit of dehumanization, honestly, considering they're treating you a little bit like a science project, a guinea pig on the loose. That's scary.
The Tremere and your sire will have the same question. How is this thing useful to me?
Correct. Everything is a transaction, honey.
I'm tired of being silently judged.
Then maybe it's time for us to take a step where if you're going to be judged, at least it'll be loud and proud. And if we get the right allies on our side, maybe there's absolutely nothing nobody can do about it.
I will
It's
do
either
this
that.
for you.
Thank you, honey. It's either that or we sit here with our thumbs up our asses waiting for the Tremere to show up.
I certainly do not want to do that.
I had a feeling.
Did we did we look anything more into this blueprint that we got of the chantry?
You mean this blueprint? And I kind of point. It's on the table.
Yeah.
I mean, based on at least what I remember walking through that gaudy place, um, there are definitely some rooms not mapped here on the original plan of the house. Which makes sense to some degree that they'd have some like, magical whatever rooms that have been added. And I imagine Janet's maybe used like sticky notes or something that is not permanent on it, right? To kind of be like, okay, well, I think there was like a space here that we walked through that what isn't showing, and like maybe a room here, and I kind of show him I'm trying to remap it more accurately, I guess you could say.
Hmm. Okay, so we know that it's different. I don't know how much this is going to help us, though. I think we stick to your plan and see what the Ventrue can do to help us. That's a great ally to have. And I think the biggest thing is getting immunity for David in this city. That if the Tremere do want to take him, they can't, because if they do, they'll piss off all the Camarilla. And if they piss off all the Camarilla, they do not want that. Um, so
So, how? Oh, damn it! Where's Betty when I
Is
need
the
her?
map like right in front of us?
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
David's gonna like lean in and he's just gonna start rolling it in like a crumpled fashion, just like it's garbage. And he looks to both of you. We struggled getting into a junkyard with one Tremere,
No, no. Elspeth struggled getting into the junkyard.
and we walked for an hour before she would see us. It will be worse if we try to break into their home where there are many. This map will not help us.
Honey, I'm not playing cops and robbers. I'm not trying to break into their place. I'm trying to understand. God, let's say, worst case scenario, they do come and take you.
it's a good point.
I want to know where in this house they might be storing you. Well, where are they hiding you? It's more than just trying to, plus, there ain't nothing in that building I want to steal. Oh,
It would still be silly to assume that they would make something like this public,
well, of
especially if
course
they're
they
hiding
wouldn't.
it.
This is why, this is the first plan of the house long before they owned it. And so I thought I'd try to piece some of the puzzle together. I'm looking for answers anywhere I can find them because at one turn people are giving us ratty information like magpie that makes only partial sense. We've got all of these breadcrumb trails of videotapes and brouhaha being shot on our front doorstep, and you disappearing, your dandelions wilting away, shadows taking you off into the night. And I'm just trying to piece it all together to make it make some form of sense so that,
My,
if possible, I can try to get some kind of safety in place for you. But if I don't understand it, how do I even know what we need?
my dandelion is returning. It is growing
Oh,
again.
interesting.
Oh,
I noticed last night. I do not know why. But would it not be easier to just simply destroy the house of Tremere?
Well, David, it's funny you say that because I thought to myself, I would absolutely push the local Tremere, or, Newberry, is that which one? Newberry versus the Salem, whatever, the two of them against one another, would be for the local chantry to learn that the other chantry has maintained possession of a much sought after person. Some of this can be solved through rumor alone. What we need to do is extend our timeline, put them off on another trail for a while till we get all these deals made, and try to get some Ventrue protection in place. So what I need is Betty to hit the streets and start sharing rumors that something special has shown up at the doorstep of the Salem Chantry. That they have possession of David.
hmm.
Send them sniffing around, get them off our trail for just a little bit until we can start having some more difficult conversations.
That might work. That might not work. They might be, I don't know. The power of the blood goes beyond rumor mill.
It's true.
So it could be an option, though.
It's worth a try. It's just a rumor, right? They'll have to look into it.
Then
It's worth a shot.
perhaps we should see your sire.
Yeah, I guess I can make a phone call. I don't know if he'll see us tonight or tomorrow or whenever he wants. But I will put in the request.
There's probably a tense silence, and before Janet just gets up and goes off to make a phone call,
Yep.
leaving David and Elspeth alone for a few minutes. You put in a call to the usual suspects. The individual who answers. You put in that you'd like to meet with him. Your request is noted, and you will be connected in due time. Could be days, could be a week. You don't really know, but
Yep.
you know it'll be
The
relatively.
request is
I
made.
imagine. I was gonna say, imagine you're putting in. It's like it's urgent.
Yeah, I put some priority on it. But I also note that like the quarry, since he is the one who had to basically give permission for me to do this because of everything that went down after New York, um, is ready for him for like review, right? Like if he wants to come in and see it and approve this thing that he has had to back with his name, then like, he could come to the quarry. It should be so much easier. But anyways, yes, I put in the word.
Elspeth, David, do you stay just kind of quiet during that? I don't know if there's anything you want to say to each other.
I think David might wait for Janet to disappear to make that call.
Yeah.
To ask Elle, what should I do if her sire believes that I am either a tool or a liability, and he wishes to keep or expunge me?
If that happens, we get out of there. You get out of there. And we find another option. We just I don't think that will happen, though I guess I can't know for certain.
I never told Janet, but it made me very uncomfortable when she would use her abilities on her sons. It made something in me revolt, and I'm afraid that if her sire were to do something like that to me, that I would lose control, and those that lurk in me might come out, and I cannot control them.
That is a concern.
I do not want to hurt you or Janet's sire. She seems to enjoy his company.
Do you want me to go with you? And if anything happens, I will step in and intervene.
I do not know how you will intervene.
Well, I do have some nice power of the blood that if any of those types of powers are to be used on me, I can resist it a little better. Maybe we lay some sort of ground rule that cannot happen before we get into this conversation. And, Ventrue are usually respectable to rules. So perhaps we lay down that foundation of what we're about to share. You cannot harm or use these certain types of powers. We just are going to have a talk, a negotiation, and leave it at that. And if that can't be agreed to, then we don't move forward with this.
I will trust that you and Janet have my best interests in mind.
Oh, most definitely.
I just do not know him, nor how he will treat me.
It's a good concern to have. I didn't even think about that. I really should be thinking ahead like that of all of the possible risks, and that is one of them. So I'll make sure that doesn't happen, David.
If something does happen and someone in me comes out, I'm sorry. because I do not know what they will do.
Don't be. If that happens, it's not your fault.
Should I distrust him?
I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. He's so mysterious. I I don't know. The way Janet said she was on good terms, something tells me there was more to it.
What do I say when he asks me what I am?
The truth that we don't really know.
Every time I tell someone that I am David and I do not know, they see me as lesser. Because I am clanless. And I am a concern or a liability.
Everybody likes to have labels and identity. So that's why they react that way, but not everybody can. So he's just going to have to deal with it.
I fear that they will hate me, and I hate that they will fear me. But I will trust.
That's all we can do. We got to take some risks at some point, I feel. And we've been sitting complacent for such amount of time, and
Every day that we are together is just that.
yeah, it is. So let's take this risk together, I guess.
Then I think David just waits for Janet to come back.
Last for Janet, last thing I want to ask about the phone call. What do you say? You say it's urgent. Do you give any like how urgent it is? Do you like give any information? I know it's not your side you're speaking to directly, but like do you make it obvious it's pretty urgent? You're muted, by the way. Sorry.
I make sure this isn't like a life or death call, right? Like I'm
Okay,
sure
okay.
that there's some like we need to talk business and not at a leisurely pace. Like new important information that I need to tell you. And at this point, because Janet's really out from underneath him, like she did her 10 years, right? Um, she doesn't have to check in and those kind of things. So if she calls with business, my hope is that he would understand its importance.
Yeah.
Much like after the New York stuff, before everything was taken, she had a similar type call made to him.
Got it. I'm sorry. I'm just writing down a note real quick. So Janet comes back after, we'll say 10 minutes away on a phone call, making sure. And you're certain that you got the urgency appropriate across. You're expecting to hear back from them probably in the next day, within 24 to
48
hours.
hours. Yeah.
When you come back, they're just standing there chilling. Is there any other conversation to be had between the three of you? 'Cause we can fast forward time until Sire returns. Like, I don't know if you're going to sit and bide your time and just kind of wait. Sorry, go ahead, Bob. What were you going to say?
I think David might ask if there's anything that he should know about your sire.
Yes. I guess you could say, he's a mysterious man. And I suggest you talk direct, and speak only when spoken to. Mind your P's and Q's and your manners. And if he's using his power against you, it's because you fucked up. So my suggestion is just be honest and truthful, and we shouldn't have any problems.
I think we should. I don't know if this is. By the way, I say we. I think I don't know what the assumption is here for this conversation, but I think maybe I should be there as well.
Oh, you're definitely going.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. Maybe we should like lay out. I don't know how this works. Like lay out like a little bit of a ground rule that this is just like a talk, and that
I don't think you understand. We called him. We follow his ground rules. Tell the truth, be honest, straightforward, and polite, and you'll both survive. It'll be fine.
Okay, you're not worried that he might.
I'm not worried that he's going to do anything to either of you.
Why would he do something to you?
Because I am his sire. Or he is my sire. And I am his child. And that is his right.
Okay.
We only have this quarry because of him, right? So,
Okay. All right. I trust that will be the case then.
and understand that whatever I say in good faith and is necessary.
We will take your lead, but if he tries to use any disciplines
And you
on
both need to dress nice, please. That this is not going to pass. David, we'll figure out a way to maybe get you a nice suit, or something just that we can't. The jumpsuit. We should look nice.
Janet, if he is to see me for everything that I am, dressing will only disguise my truth.
Let's see if he's gonna take us out. If he takes us out to a restaurant, hun, of any class, we're gonna have to. We don't want to draw attention.
I understand.
But who knows? I invited him to come here to see the progress on the quarry, so maybe we'll have some, privacy.
I do not know how I will respond if he tries to hurt you.
I understand. He's not gonna hurt me, hun.
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah, just leave the talking to me. I should decide what I'm gonna wear.
And on that line, we temporarily fade. A little less than, we'll say, 24 hours pass before you do get a return call. You are given an address and a time. I'm told that it is actually, you would know, it's a high-end, like, luxury apartment suite that you're being told to.
Oh,
to
he's taking us to one of his, his havens.
Either
locations.
one of his havens or at least one of his properties he owns, and not necessarily a haven.
Okay.
But he just owns properties. You were given an address and a time for later that evening, in which you were to be there promptly at, we'll say, 10 p.m.
Okay. I'm probably woken then by the sound of a phone call, right?
Sure.
And I'll take it and I'll come over, and if they are not up, I'm banging on doors. Get up, get dressed. We only have a couple hours. Yeah.
I'm up and ready.
Everybody gets ready, dressed in a suit or your best attire as you can.
Sure.
Bringing all three of them. And who's driving?
Oh, I'm driving. We are not taking the house. No.
But probably not even any question. Janet probably just says that before anybody even says anything, rather. And you make your way to the vehicle. It's about a 45-minute drive and closer into the heart of Boston itself. And you were brought to these brand new built, maybe only been open for about 4 or 5 months at this point, luxury apartments in Boston. Things that you're paying anywhere between $3,000 and $5,000 a month for. And you're brought to the tippy top floor where all the walls are just glass windows looking out over into Boston itself. As you, there's like a little parking area. I imagine you find a place to park a little bit distance away. There's like a doorman there and even private security for this place. And as you make your way to the top, you make your way over to the apartment building that you were told to go to. And as you reach for the door, I imagine Janet is the one opening the door.
Yeah, I think at like while we're on the stoop or whatever of this building, first off, you notice Janet's put extra effort in this morning. David,
Sure,
this is
yeah,
much
go
like the
ahead.
last time that she went to see her sire and she put in extra effort. Extra effort has been asserted. And she kind of turns around, she goes, okay, deep breath, everybody. Manners, truthful.
Do you tell them did you tell the two of them your sire's name? So they have a name to like work with?
Yeah,
No.
what should we address him as? Sir?
Well, unless he addresses you, and then you can introduce yourself, and if he feels like telling you his name, I imagine he will. I guess you could say, as a man of mystery, it's not really my place to reveal his name to you. Just be polite, okay? And do I look okay? I look all right.
You look great.
Okay, great. Okay, everybody ready?
I am ready.
Ready?
I have a plate. I have a plate of cookies, which I probably baked in like a small oven inside of that hot metal thing. And I don't know if there's a buzz system or if I know the code I don't know what the situation is with this building, but I will enter however it's normally fit. Yeah.
The door opens. Our camera sits on the other side as it does, and as the hallway light spills in to the front door frame, filling on the hardwood floors of this apartment, you step in to see a relatively modestly decorated, like I said, kind of luxury large apartment. The room you walk into is huge, and what it has there for furniture is distinctly lacking overall. You have a large desk, or should say large dining table type thing. It's got pitch white with like swirly wooden, I don't know what you call those decorative accents on a wooden table, but at each corners, they kind of swirl up into each other. And it has a gold trim on the outside. There are 3 seats on one wide side, 3 seats on another wide side, and then 2 seats at each end. And sitting at the table, looking to be going over some paperwork and in a perfectly tailored suit to himself, is none other than Janet's sire. Seemingly alone, but you're well aware, Janet, that even if he is alone, he is well guarded and well protected. And how your sire, does he dress a particular way all the time?
Oh, he is. Yes, it is very.
Why don't you go ahead and describe what your sire is looking like to these
So
people?
I imagine even in this apartment, he sits in a bit of shadow. Like he always somehow manages to catch a piece of shadow that covers his face. So the collar of a white shirt under his suit, under maybe a nice hat with the tie. But there's this mysterious Don Draper vibe to him. He's somewhere between like a mafioso boss and Don Draper. And so he's always just got that excessively tailored piece. He's clean shaven, but it's always hard to like fully make out his face, which is part of like the mystery of him, right? So yeah.
So you walk in.
Yeah, you walk in and he's very handsome when you do catch a picture of his face.
And as you sit sitting there, he never looks up from his paperwork when you do walk in. As the door shuts, he actually just, while he looks down, gestures at the empty seats and just says, "Please take a seat. I'll be with you in a moment." All 3 of you take a seat?
Yeah, Janet knows this routine. Off she goes.
You just see him, he licks his finger and flips through a couple more pages. And after about 5 minutes, he looks over his shoulder, and somebody who certainly, at least you didn't see them there before, suddenly standing behind him, maybe about a foot behind him. He looks over his shoulder with a wad of the papers in a folder. He's like, "You can take this and let them know that I'll reach out to them tomorrow evening around 9 p.m. If they don't answer my phone call, it'll be another month before I have some time." The individual just walks up, again, completely silently. They don't look like a Nosferatu, but doesn't mean that they necessarily don't have those abilities or obfuscate. He just grabs the paper, gives a nod, and as he turns around, he goes, "Oh, and if you bring back 2 bottles tomorrow, that'd be great." And the guy just nods and he walks out. Your sire quickly kind of just adjusts his tie, looks up to the both of you. He sits with extremely proper posture, and he looks to Janet, doesn't even look to Elspeth or David. It's like, "My dear child, it is a pleasure to see you."
She kind of probably smiles and she drops back into that kind of fakeness where you met her like originally early on to all of you. And she says, "I brought cookies."
You probably put them on the center
Yep,
table. He smiles and he goes, "They look delicious as always. You'll have to excuse me for refraining at the moment. Busy night, and I just don't have an appetite."
"Oh, you can always have them later."
He gives just a pleasant, just like professional practiced smile. And he says, "So, Miss Janetti, tell me, how are things? I've heard rumor that the quarry is coming along quite nicely."
So good. It's going to be really nice. And business should start up rather quickly. And with the funding of the mob, you can be assured we don't have to worry about whether or not we'll come in the black.
I'm excited to hear about those ventures coming through. Do you have a timeline when you think that a quarry will be fully operational?
Well, the building is under its final stages now, so I hope within the next 4 weeks we'll have a pretty good daytime staff and somebody to watch overnight, and we'll be in business by next month.
Good. If things go well, it'll be at least a step toward rectifying the embarrassment to our name that you brought to us with the New York incident. Now, how can I help you? You said it was urgent.
Yeah, about the New York incident.
I heard I've also been told that you've paid your debt back to the Tremere, at least.
I did the best that I could.
He nods. Good. You know how important the trust between, or shall I say, he wouldn't say trust. You would know how important it is, the relationship, as tenuous as it can be, between the Tremere and the Ventrue are. It is imperative to keep the Camarilla rolling.
Yes. About that, the last time we had that lovely dinner together, I told you about David.
Yes.
I thought it would be important for the next piece of this business for you to have met him, to understand my perspective.
To refresh my memory, what did you tell him about David? I know you told him that he exists.
The biggest thing that she told him, because, you know, obviously the embarrassment of New York, and she made it clear that she felt like basically it was worth it because there's something special about David.
Yeah,
and when you have
anything
I didn't
specific,
anything, and basically she said there's something special about him, and when you find a priceless thing, there is no price tag to be put on it, and don't the Ventrue want that?
Sure. Yeah. So
under
as you
their
bring him up,
control, right? Yeah.
He looks up and he's like, "You did tell me he was a valuable asset." As he looks David, assumingly who's David, up and down, very much over. It's rare to see kindred with wings, but not unheard of.
Well, maybe it's time I share some things that are a little unheard of.
He places his pen down at that. He crosses his fingers and puts his elbows on the table and leans in slightly. Please.
I would like to start at the beginning, if you allow me.
You have the next hour.
About 3 months ago, I was contacted about a job for the Ventrue at the docks. Come to find out, the package we were picking up was coming on a shipment freight with a somewhat identical package, stamped with the Cappadocian symbol. To our surprise, Elspeth here, who was along for the ride, was carrying an object. One that seemed to awaken something in that Cappadocian box. That would be David.
There's a... You can wits insight me. Only you, Janet.
Great. Here we go. We love honesty. Oh, come on. Okay, wits. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, out of 3.
You recognize the look of frustration, as subtle as it can be, on your sire's face when it happens. In the minute you start spilling more details that suddenly spin David is into a much more complicated situation, you see the look of parental frustration on his face. But continue, he does not interrupt you.
We delivered the box unopened as requested to the Ventrue. But, I guess you could say David followed us home. In looking for answers for David, we were led to New York. Thus, the confusion that happened there. Only after did we find out that the box that he stepped out of was intended for the Tremere.
I'm going to stop you here for a moment, because it's at this point in your story that you've not made any technical mistakes.
Correct.
So you've left a lot of this detail out in our first meeting. Tell me, why didn't you then and there bring David to the Tremere and hand him back over?
This is the part I think you'll find most interesting. To say it did not cross my mind would be a lie. But that day, standing in front of the prince as she doled out our due punishment, a Tremere stumbled in, needing help finding a box. David's box. And we were thus assigned to the last contract. To help them find this missing box, we were not entirely honest about David or his identity, though they did not seem to notice, considering the fact he walked in the front door of the chantry, and they had no idea. Second, the box itself seemed to hold some kind of importance for them. Maybe in tracking down David, maybe not.
But it was most interesting during the contracting phase that they were particularly looking for information on how the Ventrue had stolen David. My research, in fact, led to the box being signed over by a holding company, which, thanks to your mentorship, I was able to track down belonging to one Tremere. So far, my information has led me to believe that we were to pick up a box that night from that freight simply to become fall guys for a much larger plan of the Tremere attempting to push power and take it from us. So I thought, instead of handing them over the thing they so dearly sought, I would fulfill the contract within all of the dotted lines and instead hang on to the one thing they sought to see if the Ventrue might be more interested.
You have to apologize, rather, you have to excuse me. There's a lot of information to take in. Janet, I'm disappointed. How do you not see that keeping David, if all you say is true, puts the blame squarely on the Ventrue? You are a Ventrue. You kept him. You speak for our clan, as all Ventrue do. So by making the decision to keep him and playing along with the game of handing over the box, if your suspicions are true, that they're trying to lay the blame on the Ventrue, you succeeded in giving them the ammunition to do so.
But I haven't even told you the best part.
I am all ears.
David isn't just one kindred. The Hakadah, the reason that Elspeth was there that night, is because there's something in David's blood. Something old and ancient. And if we hand it over to the Tremere, whether I'm a Ventrue or not, it will not lead to good things. Not for us, not for the Camarilla.
And what leads you to believe that? Hunch?
Because the Tremere have given up everything, including trusting a Ventrue with the job of tracking him down. And because it's been made very clear by Elspeth's sire that their bloodline protects whatever it is that David is carrying. That's not a hunch. A Cappadocian symbol stamped on the outside of a box? There's something bigger at play, and I'm not entirely convinced that it isn't actually against the Camarilla or the Prince. Especially since the Tremere who signed for the box is Siaka.
And what makes you think it is any of our business? With the exception of he gestures at David, that he now sits before me and I am privy to this information and I am strapped with what to do with it.
They made it my business the night they sent me out to become the fall guy to begin with. And if there's one thing that you taught me, it is that Janet Janetti will not be made a small part of somebody else's plan. So I am here attempting to make my own plan, one that benefits our clan, one that benefits the Camarilla and doesn't give power over to the greedy Tremere.
What's benefited our clan for decades is our alliance with the Tremere. It is the Ventrue and the Tremere together that keep the Camarilla stable. And yes, the Tremere are filled with secrets and magics that are...
Then why did the Tremere automatically blame us? That doesn't sound like much of an alliance.
He just kind of takes a deep breath, because the Ventrue and the Tremere are constantly taking things from one another behind each other's backs, as they have been for centuries.
Well, considering the fact that David has free will and is blessed by the Prince, I can't kill him. I can't harm him.
You, Janet, of all people, should know free will is a temporary thing. As a kindred, one taste of my blood and you would lose your free will for a month.
Then I guess I'm here as your humble childer asking what I should do. because I will not sentence him to death.
He looks over to David for a moment, then obviously briefly to Elspeth. Yeah. Honest opinion. Hand him over to the Tremere, drop to your knees, and grovel and apologize. You're telling me David is the thing that they're looking for? David is the reason for your transgressions in New York? David is the reason that you've gotten yourself in such a disparate, problematic position? Hand him over. But if you have a better idea, Janet, you've at the very least earned my respect to listen to it.
I do. But I will need your help. I'm looking for contact information for a powerful Ventrue out in the southwest.
Whom?
You know who. Because
Are you joking, Janet?
I would suspect he would know who I'm
No,
talking
yeah.
about.
No, he goes, are you joking, Janet?
you and I both know I don't tell jokes very well.
And your hope is what? That Fiorenza can do and swoop in and save the day? Do you not realize the cost that will come from her could be as great, if not greater, than the cost the Tremere ask for? At the very least, if you walk over to the Tremere now and apologize and hand him over, there's mercy to be had. But if you ask for Fiorenza's help and something goes wrong and you go against her, your lives are at stake. My life would be at stake, as you are my child.
And if I'm right, if handing David over to the Tremere forces a power imbalance and they take over this city, then I'm also guilty of helping the Ventrue fail. There is no win condition for Janet Giannetti. You've made that very clear. So I either go up or I punch down. And you and I both know I only punch up. It's why you chose me.
But you tell me here that you have a hunch that they're going to do something against the Camarilla, but with what evidence other than you stole something of theirs? Property, and he looks to David, of theirs. Ghouls are property. If he isn't a kindred in the way you explain it, that he is three kindred put together, he is property.
But he has been selected to join the city as a kindred by the prince.
Under the guise of a lie.
Then what would you do in my position? Would you get on your knees and grovel to the Tremere?
You think it would be my first time? Groveling for my life and my existence? I'm here because I've groveled many times. And then, when the time was right, I made my moves. Groveling is a part of living when you are part of this machination, this machine we call politics in the Camarilla.
So you would pass up a chance for power, to have a one-up, because it's the right thing to do?
Power at what cost, Janet? To
All
rule
power
over...
comes at a cost.
So what do you think will happen? Say, let's play this out. Fiorenza's reached out to. She provides what you ask for, which I imagine is a certain safety or guarantee of David's independence from the Tremere. Is that what I'm understanding?
If we're pontificating, that would be lovely.
What is then your life looking like? You would be at the beck and call of one of the most powerful and influential Ventrue within the country. She single-handedly took Mexico City from the Sabbat. And she's young, wildly young for a kindred. You would be under her beck and call. I have heard that she sends individuals to monitor those who watch or work under her. Do you think she would simply take David or keep David safe and not ask for anything in return? Never mind heating up a tension between the Tremere and the Ventrue that has been at best neutral, certainly bringing more tension to it. If you are telling me that the Tremere have his box that he was being transported in, it's only a matter of time before they find him. So if Fiorenza comes in and puts a stop to that, there is going to be a flare-up. A political flare-up between sects. Where do you, Janet Janetti, sit in that when Fiorenza decides you are the pawn in her game for power?
I'm already a pawn in everybody's game for power.
There is
I'm
a
trying
difference.
to play my own game. And maybe it's the wrong move. Maybe it's not worth it. But I'm trying to figure out if you're concerned or if you're pushing me. I don't know what to do. It's why I'm here. And I thought maybe coming clean with a little bit of truth would help you understand. More importantly, it might allow us to be on the same page. So that if you do hear something of value,
Playing out the scenario where I do reach out. Fiorenza comes and she asks for a high price. Do you say no?
of course not. But that's my deal to make, right?
If I am the one to reach out on your behalf, no longer is it just you. You have to understand I am involved in this. You reflect me.
Then we don't have to reach out. But I could use a contact, somebody that could give us information, help us better understand what might be going on. That being said, if your answer is that we should turn David over, then we will go home.
For your own safety and my most certain answer, I believe your best option is to hand David over. The risk of reaching out to Fiorenza involves myself in flaring tensions between the Ventrue and the Tremere. There is potential benefit for this, but it comes at the understanding and the certainty that you will obey Fiorenza, no matter what she asks. Because if you say no, she will not just simply quietly walk away. I have to approach her with all of the information freely available. She will know who and what David is before she even approaches you. There will be no going back if I reach out to Fiorenza. This is a leash, as all things are.
Then don't.
I am...
You seem concerned, and I don't like it when your brow furrows. So, we will take our business elsewhere. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
He kind of sits up straight. I will be here tomorrow evening. 24 hours. If you decide reaching out to Fiorenza is your best option, my dear child, you are no longer under my stewardship. Just know that the cost that comes with it is large. Think on it.
Thank you for your valued insight.
And yours. And when he says that, he looks through the soul of David. He just stares you down, like make eye contact, not in a way like I'm going to fucking kill you, but just bores his eyes through you as he says that. The rest of the evening is busy. I expect you here tomorrow with an answer, whether it be yes or no.
Of course.
I'm pleased to hear about your quarry. I'm excited for it to open.
Thank you for your support. We wouldn't have had it otherwise.
Good night.
Good night. Enjoy the cookies.
He will stand up and he will actually walk over to you and take your hand. And as he always does, pleasantly kiss it in a very respectful manner, but ignores the other two. Walks you to the door. You walk out, door shuts behind you, and you begin to walk away. I imagine you're silent until you get into the car. As soon as you get into the car, door shuts. Does the tone change?
Silent again. I turn the car on and I start driving.
Does that make Elspeth extremely nervous? I feel like out of everybody, my mind, the minute you go in, the car turns and she doesn't make noise, Elspeth starts to freak out.
Yep. It's one of those like, I'm not going to say a word because it's like, you know that Janet is in her thing right now. So I'm not going to poke that bear right now.
Does David say anything? Is he also silent?
I mean, I think he's replaying the entire conversation in his head. So there's a lot of like like the 1,000-yard stare where he's just kind of like playing things over and over again in his head.
I imagine that's what's like for the three of you. You make your way. I imagine silent till you get to the quarry, maybe. Everybody gets there. Is there, at what point, if any point, do you come together and discuss the conversation?
There actually before
go ahead.
we stop, before we get to the quarry, I think David will reach to that point where he's like satisfied with a replaying over and over in his head, and he would probably say,
Can we stop by the address from the gangrel?
You want to go to the bar?
Oh, the fight club, you mean?
The fight club?
There is a lot of unresolved tension, and we should at least have an understanding of the place.
Oh, honey, I don't need an understanding of a fight club. I was going to go get milkshakes. Is there a reason you want to go there?
I am angry for you.
Oh, I see, honey. It's okay. You don't have to be upset for me. I'm fine.
Are you sure? Do you want to? I'll finally break the silence.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about it?
Oh, well, I just would like to see what the two of you, would like to do now that we have options.
Yeah, maybe we can go have some milkshakes and talk about it.
Yeah, I'd love that. A strawberry milkshake. Yeah, that sounds wonderful. David, would you like a milkshake, hon?
there's probably a long pause before he'll just nod. You'll see his head nod.
Great, let's get some milkshakes.
Drive off to the usual place, grab some milkshakes. Obviously, Liz is still on vacation. She's got another week before she's supposed to be back. You all grab your favorite flavors. Do you drive home with them, or you just like you all get your milkshakes, and I imagine there's like a walk back to the car?
I imagine that like wherever we go, maybe is one of those like old pull-up places where they bring it to the car and you can sit outside like a Sonic or something, And because it's so happy, so many lights and like happiness and activity, I think Janet will sit there to actually drink her milkshake.
The facades of mortal normalcy. Plays out around you because it's not super late. It's still like before midnight. There's people sitting in their cars drinking, having some ice cream or having a hot dog or something. Yeah, the normalcy of life, of all the ignorant cattle play out around you.
Well, so you all have met my sire. You heard his opinions on the matter, and David, since it is your life that we're talking about here, I really think the final decision has to be made by you.
I believe that the only thing that has changed is my opinion of you. And of your sire.
Wonderful. Well,
Yeah, me too.
there's that.
I don't like him.
You are a fearless woman, and he is a very small man.
Well, honey, don't let him hear you say that. He's important and special in his own way. Plus, he chose me, right?
Well, he offered you no help.
That's not
That's-
true. He said that he would help me get the contact I wanted. But, well, we all know the risks that come with that. You were in the room.
From my experience, people are only chosen based on how well they can be controlled.
Well, honey, any man that's ever said they control Janet Janetti has usually wound up with a bullet to the skull, so.
And in our lives, bullets to our skulls do not make a difference, as we saw with Roman.
Yes, well, tell that to my husband.
There's just a minor chill breeze you feel, Elspeth. Just the slightest drop in temperature when she brings her husband up. The other two don't notice.
I think as she goes to say so, from the back seat, I think David puts his arm around the seat and like the closest thing that he can get to a hug, and he would just say,
I am sorry.
Mom hand on
sorry.
your hand.
You're both very sweet, but Janet Janetti does not survive on apologies. So, what I would like to make is a plan, and I need the opinions of the coterie on what we should do.
Yeah, that is the next question. Then what do we do? Well, I don't agree with just turning him in. I will make that very clear.
We're dead if we don't.
Then
And more than likely, I'm dead either way. So, she kind of sucks on the milkshake, you know.
Yeah,
So,
the fake laugh followed by the
I
slurping of the
think
shake.
really, I don't really have an opinion anymore. The fact of the matter is, we have some options, and the question is, what does David want to do? I'm down to fight into a blaze of glory, honey.
I think that it is time that I have a proper introduction to the prince.
I don't know what that means.
My fate is in the hands of the prince. It is a fight that she can choose to take.
And if she chooses to hand you over to the Tremere?
Then she will roll over and be their dog. And she has to sleep with that.
that's true.
And you're willing to tell the prince these things?
I'm not willing to cost you or Elle your lives.
Well,
We
we're kind of guilty already, but
we just need David to be legitimized.
he has
And-
been.
Hmm.
Under false guises, made very clear by my sire, who's perfect and wonderful. So, you
What
know,
if we legitimize him as what we know now and it's not false anymore? And then there's nothing that the Tremere can do. If they say we need to take him for X reason, well, too
that's
bad.
an interesting thought. Way to play a little bit of the red tape there, Elspeth. I'm impressed. So you're saying we do it all over again, but this time without the lies, and once legitimized, because legitimately legitimized, he would have more protection.
Yeah. But it is a risk because yeah, obviously everything's a risk at this point. There's no point in even acknowledging everything's a risk.
I mean, there is another option.
Yes, you share yours and then I'll share mine.
Well, the original job that we went on and successfully succeeded on was very clearly for the Ventrue Primogen. We could go up the food chain without going all the way out west, I guess. The problem is, unless one of the clans takes David in, we are still somewhat in the same situation.
What if there are other clans? We haven't expended all of our options. We've tried the Ventrue. That doesn't seem to be the best option. There are others. Not that many that I know of that we have good contacts with, other than Bruja, which, I mean, they are very much fighters for people. What if we actually did just fight the Tremere? I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. Because listen, hear me out. The Tremere are powerful when they have the power of blood, but they actually aren't powerful physically. They're powers of the.
So you want to go beat them up?
Fucking go box all of them.
You're gonna go push around the nerds like the bully on the playground? You are gonna go push around the nerds?
We build up an army.
Of who?
Allies, Bruja. I could undead army. You know,
you can't. Okay. You know, we're just pontificating. I've got a milkshake. It's fine. So you want to turn certain kindred in the city into a rebel army to go against the Tremere as what, a distraction to weaken them from being able. It's not going to stop them from getting David.
Well, to bring some to round back on a point that Janet made earlier that I wanted to make sure you follow up on, just because you would know the laws, Janet. Maybe you'd be the only one who would know. The idea of legitimizing him to the prince isn't impossible. The difficulty isn't something that I think your sire was implying, though he was being a bit more hardline about it. It's the I think the third tradition is progeny. The issue is without a sire, he's
Right.
technically illegal. Like he doesn't have a sire, A. He wasn't given the legal right to be sired, B. And he's created, as far as you understand, C. However, the legal loophole in the third tradition is somebody who legally adopts him, who David would become the quote unquote child of somebody, but he would be in the first stages of it where like you are leashed to that individual. Now,
Right.
there could be an argument that Janet could be that person.
God.
You could also maybe argue your sire would be that person, but that would be the roundabout way of doing it. And it's not impossible that the prince would see value in that for reasons that you could play at, but like that's the thought is like playing the law of the Camarilla is finding somebody who is willing to take David under their wing legally under the Camarilla as their
Right.
guardian, essentially.
Which would then protect him under the Camarilla from the Tremere harming him.
Also would require you being honest to the prince about what David is as far as you know. But
All right,
knowing that the
David.
prince is Ventrue,
Let's say we go with your plan. We go back to the prince for like to re-legitimize you. Let's talk about what that really means, okay, honey? As Roman so pointed out, in this hierarchical little medieval system that we all live in, you have to be owned by your sire, which we don't currently have. Which means not only does she have to legitimize you with the truth of your story, but she has to have somebody to take you under their wing, a god sire, if you would.
Why can I not just apply as a representative of a new clan?
Well, that's a much harder task because that's not even something I think the prince can legitimize in that regard.
I think you still need a sire, really. If you apply, you still need somebody to be your sponsor. So, I think this is not a bad.
The problem is we need to find the right person, somebody
We
that the
need-
prince would trust with this and
Yes.
understand that keeping David as a individual with free will inside of the Camarilla is worthwhile. And as she so pointed out the last time that we met with her, until he can offer something to this city, it's going to be a hard pitch. So, David, this goes back to you. What do you want to offer this city? If you are given your freedoms and your free wills and a god sire, what are you going to be able to give them?
Nothing that I will say will appease anyone who might sponsor me.
That may not be true, honey. You'd be
I
surprised
think-
at some of the kindred I've met that been legitimized.
I think who would be the most inspired by you, David? Your craft. A Toreador might be one that's worth looking into. Not that I know any powerful Toreador, but you have a talent that I've not seen before. The way you made and sculpted the Witch of the Yards, the way you painted my sire on a mural. You have a skill that I've never seen before that I think any Toreador would be happy to take you under their wing.
Technically, we could apply for me to do it. Be a way to keep you under Ventrue protection.
That's also not a bad idea.
And because of my feeding habits, I am incapable of siring. So,
But my actions will complicate your life. If I
Yes,
make
honey.
a mistake and you already find more trouble because of me, You already
That's-
believe yourself to be disposable, Janet.
Honey, I am a small cog in a very, very large clock. One day I'll be a bigger cog, but that's for another time. None of that's gonna matter if I'm gonna, lose my head over your existence. And the thing about Asaya is you're not always under Asaya's control. And yes, part of the deal is that somebody has to take responsibility for you. So if it's not me, it's gonna be somebody else.
Yeah, every new kindred, maybe it's something has David, but like it depends on the clan, obviously. But every new kindred is stuck under their sire's thumb for a year or more.
Now, with the Ventrue, it would be a little bit longer of an endeavor, but I definitely think there are options. I mean, we've kind of already told them you were what, Nosferatu?
Hmm.
And what if I find someone that I indenture myself to for some time, and they are of more rapport standing in the city?
It is an option.
What about, I don't know, Miss Bosley? She
You
might
think
appreciate.
Bosley wants to take on a childer? I mean, I guess the biggest question is, are we ready to tell the prince the truth? And do we think she's just going to make the same decision that, my sire did?
Maybe we don't tell the truth and we just go this route of want to bring him into the city and we have his Malwa sire that is going to be responsible for him and he's going to be officially taken under
Part of the
said
problem
clan.
right now is the fact that we're living under lies. It's the same issue we're facing with our Tremere. Somebody's got to know the truth. We got to come clean at some point, kid. We got to decide who it is. And it's very evident my sire has very little interest in my ambitions. So, the question is, who would want to keep David safe? Who would want to take on that responsibility?
Or who would find me most valuable?
I can tell you who that is, and right now that's going to be the Tremere, which is why we're having this conversation. We're trying to get them, not. I tried to obviously convince my sire that maybe you would benefit the Ventrue more, but obviously,
I
he
think
feels differently, and that is his choice, his opinion.
I just think the problem is still we just don't have enough allies yet or contacts. We've only met a handful of kindred in the city.
David, the strange being that you talked to when you went down to the docks that night, with the whole shadow and the dandelion and all that.
Yes.
Do you think that they're kindred?
I believe that they are a kindred, but I do not believe that they are recognized by the city.
Do you think they're Tremere?
I do not know. I think that they may have access to power similar to that of a Tremere, but that they know who I was and what I am.
I have a risky observation. What if we pitch it that David is up for grabs? We go in, we legitimize him, and there's got to be some powerful kindred out there who are in desperate want of a childer.
And that wouldn't anybody but the Tremere. Anybody want to claim him?
No, but here's the thing. If everybody can bid on it, somebody is going to want to outbid the Tremere, as we've all made very clear. None of us like him. Other people don't like him. Nobody's going to want the Tremere to have that power. I truly believe that is if people found out the truth that the Tremere would be making a power grab for David, there would be somebody that would want it more than them.
Then
Or would at
someone
least
will
have the
own
power.
me.
Only for a short period of time, honey. That's part of being a childer.
And what is to stop someone from owning me and then selling me to the Tremere anyway?
Well, that's why, we're
Well,
playing a bit of a
ideally-
gamble.
That would be ideally a part of the bargain with the prince is if you're going to legitimize him, it means the Tremere can't take him.
Right. So
And
they
again,
can't have you.
most clans hate the Tremere, so I think we'll be okay if nobody really, they keep to themselves because they've made a lot of enemies.
Mathis, how difficult is it to find an audience with a prince on short notice?
With a prince on short notice, difficult.
How about April Bosley?
Not impossible. There are there are basically always like, I hesitate to call them 24/7, but like secondary Elysiums, little informal courts where socialites
Right.
tend to gather. That's not a full-on Elysium. Like one is like a high-end club would be one in Boston. We'll call it like, I don't fucking know, the Red something, the Red Salon. Done. Like the Red Salon, we'll say, is like a place where if you're looking to get a hold of somebody, hanging out and spending time in the Red Salon until you either see them come through or what have you, that's the way you get a hold of them. Because there's no phone, there's none
It's
of
a
that.
lounge.
The
It's a
sheriff-
lounge, yeah.
The lounge, yeah, exactly. It's like a lounge that's not, it's like unofficial Elysium or unofficial court. The sheriff has their own office technically, though they're usually out and about doing their own things. It's easier to get a hold of a hound usually in that area. But yeah, you could go to like a little informal waiting room, like a lounge, and look around and play socialite, which is how the kindred have to do things, which is something David doesn't often do. And I don't even know if David would know that there's this place where he can
Probably
go.
not.
Well, it's not going to be easy to just get a quick chat with the prince. We could put a line out for April Bosley. Oh, David. You just made me think about something. So part of the problem right now is, well, the Tremere is still working in secret. How many kindred do you think know you, one, exist, David? And two, if the Tremere keep it a secret and they do get you, nobody's going to be none the wiser. But if you start putting yourself out there, becoming part of the kindred community, your disappearance will have an impact. They can't just make you disappear without some questions being raised. And what better way to meet other kindred who you might want to have as a sire than to socialize?
I think I might like to meet April Bosley again, because she is a very public-facing figure.
She is that. At least that's what she would say. So, let's, I guess maybe it's time for you to learn some new secrets of the Kindred Society of Boston. So the thing about it is, we have certain locations that Kindred populate at. We've already shown you one, which is of course the Rack, our more nightlife fangs out heavy. But there are a few locations, kind of like clubhouses, where Kindred come and go. Lots of influential people, folks waiting to find other folks, and kind of what you're talking about, to drop a line to people like April Bosley or the Prince.
If I am to belong to someone, would it not be amidst the grossest of crimes to have that person's property offended, harmed, or taken?
Yes, precisely.
And
These
if
are
that
the
is a
kinds of...
public person, like April Bosley, they would hesitate more, would they not?
They would. They would have to, for their own benefit. So maybe what I'm hearing is that the Fall Guys have been a little too quiet, and we need to put ourselves out there. It would be good for Elspeth. Sounds like maybe it would be good for you. I absolutely hate the idea, but since, I'm dead anyways, as my sire so blatantly pointed out, might as well, share the time while I can with other kindred. So who's done with their milkshake? You want to go chat with other people? Mm-hmm.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, buckle up. Safety first.
You didn't just like heading right to, you want to head right to the Red Salon?
Yeah, sure, why not? I'm not on the verge of a mental breakdown. It'll be great.
Is it like very obvious that you
Oh wait,
that
you know
Janet is,
that
like,
mom where you're
losing it?
you know when your mom comes in to get you from like school, and it's not because any one person in this car is in trouble, but like mom comes to get you from school, and she in front of the principal's like, I will handle this when we get home. And then you get in the car and mom's like at a weird breaking point. Or like you can tell mom's had a bad day at work and you're like, Mom, is everything okay? And she's like, everything is fine. It's fine. Like there's nothing wrong. Yeah, there's this undercurrent of like Janet realizes that regardless of the decision made, she herself is fucked.
Yep, gotcha. It's a quiet drive then. I imagine there's not much to be said between you after you just that conversation. And you drive into the higher end area of Boston. The building itself, I imagine the only one who's probably been here actually would be Janet. And I imagine, Janet, you have only been here only when necessary.
When necessary, right?
I
Mm-mm.
don't know if Janet would show up to this place very often.
Well, and even when she was with her sire, we would have only been here for necessary. So it's like we only go to church on Easter and Christmas. That was, From
the outside, like this building just looks like a privately owned members only gallery spa kind of combo. It's a nondescript building, like I said, in the higher end, sleek, modern looking on the outside. Maybe just like, I don't know, what you would expect gentrification to look like. Stone and black metal and matte and no personality, with the exception of the neon open sign light at the door. No sign to even indicate the name of this place. There's only a single heavy door that actually even sits at the very front, and you see a camera in like that dome at the top, and out front a single security, we'll call him a host, that sits with a perfectly tailored vest, and he actually has like a little digital like tablet on his hand that's just the size of his palm. And as you walk up, he simply looks to you all with a pleasant look and says, "Names, please."
Yeah, I'm Janet Janetti.
He looks and then looks to Elspeth.
Elspeth Vane.
And looks to David.
David.
Did you give the prince a last name? I can't remember.
Oh, yes.
Carver.
Yes,
Okay,
I do remember that.
He'd say, "All right, excellent. Enjoy your evenings." And he would step back. He'd pull back his sleeve, showing a little wristband. He'd hold it up to the door. You'd see a little red light go from red to green. And then he'd pull the door open and hold the door for you to enter. Once you... Yep, go ahead. Sorry.
Just right as we walk in and he closes that door, I just turn around and go, happy reminder. We can't talk about our business with Tremere.
Thumbs up.
Okay.
Thumbs up from David, too?
Okay.
Once you pass into the door, the reason it's called the Red Salon immediately becomes apparent. It becomes a building of deep velvet red. And you're reminded, Janet, oh yeah, this is owned by Toreador.
Yeah.
This place is
Just
owned
so
by a Toreador.
stylish.
You walk in and there's a bar. It's just a huge circular table that's like made of, I was gonna say oak and wood, but let's like go with like a marble. It's like a marble that sits dominates this very first room. And behind it, you see rows of not alcohol, but crystal decanters that hold varying different shades of deep red, essentially. In the center of the room itself, you actually see a few humans standing around, kind of in trances, lounging in velvet chairs and such, just lingering, waiting to be called upon and used. Very much, some of them are even actually being like gawked at, almost like they're being observed, like artwork it was being observed. Actually, David, that'd be the first thing you notice, is a lot of these people are just looking at these human beings like they're beautiful pieces of art that are ready to be used and fed on at any particular moment. The lighting is extremely dim. The temperature is very, very warm. It's the dim light is very much designed to like kind of hide the fact that you're all walking pale corpses 90% of the time. And if you were to take a smell, it would be like, I don't know, what the fuck does salon smell like? Or like bars like this smell like? I don't ever go to this shit. Like, what does it smell like?
Well, this is a fancy one, so it's
fancy.
Probably going to be,
Like cigar smoke or something?
deep liquor, dark liquors,
exactly.
honey, those kinds of things.
You can even hear a little bit of music coming from one of the back rooms. But this clearly the center space that is the main hangout area, where other doors that do lead to other rooms, one again where you hear some actual music coming from, each have like their own security guard kind of in them. And you know those rooms, Janet, to be rooms for personal meetings or personal like scheduled, like if you're using a room or what have you. You don't have any of that. But while you're here, there are already kindred obviously around. Some faces that you don't necessarily recognize. But actually, give me an intelligence politics roll.
I assume just Janet.
I mean, you can too, because you've probably done some research. David is the one that I'm like, I don't know if you actually make
I get
this
2
roll.
successes.
Okay.
And part of this is just because Janet doesn't care. She's not here for
Do you
her.
want me to make
right?
a roll too?
I would say David could, but you're looking at like a higher difficulty than the
Sure,
rest
that's
because you
fine.
just don't really know anybody here.
0 successes.
Yeah, you recognize nobody. Same thing with you, Elspeth. Actually, Elspeth, you recognize a single person. You see him surrounded by 2 personal security, and he's in a conversation with somebody else. Obviously, Janet would recognize this person too, but the only one you recognize here is actually the Ventrue Primogen, Beryl Underwood. Who you know, you don't have an appointment with the man. You don't go up and fucking talk to him. But there he sits at a table with a couple of people around him that he's deep in conversation with. You also notice that Janet would be the only one to recognize is somebody by the name of Galeb Bazori. Galeb is the prince's personal enforcer and one of the oldest vampires in the city. And he is
Yep, give me, yep.
You mean Bazary?
Bazori, is that how you
Yeah,
say it?
like Baz and Bathory? Like Elizabeth Bathory?
Bazory.
Yeah, it's
There you go.
It's that one. It's Bazary.
Bazary. And he's like the prince's, like, he's like a scourge?
A personal enforcer of the prince. Nobody uses the word scourge with him because he's
okay.
nobody.
Do we know
uses
his
the word
clan?
Scourge. Ventrue.
Oh.
Personal enforcer, and he's not sitting. He's just quite literally looming and standing near one of the doors. Most people seemingly avoid him. If I were to put it in, most people just keep a space away around him. And then other people that you don't necessarily recognize off the bat. Do you all take a seat and order drinks of what do you call it?
Vitae.
Vitae.
Can't drink blood, so unless they're serving up liver raw, I don't know that there's a whole lot I can do.
And I'm actually good.
Yeah, everybody here is good, actually. I think
Yeah.
everybody's sitting at 1. Are you
But I
sitting at
think-
1, David?
Damn.
Yeah.
I think we would at least, I'm like, we should just make ourselves look comfortable and not awkward. So
Yeah, like you belong. And Janet
yeah.
immediately is able to do that. I mean, she does quite
Yeah.
often mingle in the higher end of society.
Yeah, the question is she mingling tonight? Though I find it very interesting that this guy is here and he's the right hand of the prince. Is he handsome?
He is classically handsome, bald.
That's okay. Bald men can be cute. I'm just saying.
He's like classically, he's a classically handsome guy. You'd put him somewhere in his like mid 40s.
Okay. Do I know anything
salt and
about
pepper
him other than
goatee.
the fact most people avoid him? Because
No, most people don't know much about him. He's if he's ever seen alone, it's usually in a place like this. But if he's not, he's usually with the prince.
Were you talking about Galeb? You said Galeb's bald?
Yeah, in my world, he's bald.
Okay. I was like, because
'Cause
this guy is giga handsome.
Because I don't know what he looks like off the top of my head. In my head, so
He's
Well,
in Swan
well,
Song.
I know he's like a character. I just know his name. I'll look him up.
Me
Oh
too.
yeah, this guy. I
Yeah.
remember him from the
yeah,
game.
yeah, okay. Well, okay,
Yeah.
so he kind of honestly, my head wasn't all that wrong. He's younger than he was in my
Yeah.
head, though.
But he
But
is
he-
even with that beard, and even if he is bald, okay, Janet.
He's
Okay,
not.
well,
He's not going to be bald this time.
okay. Oh, he's not. So he full
No,
head. Yeah.
he's gonna look like that.
Okay.
I was gonna
Janet
say,
has
his beard
purpose
is more.
tonight.
In my mind, his beard is a little bit more salt and pepper.
Salty. I was thinking a
Yeah.
little more salt and pepper. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's caught Janet's eye that she has no fear. What is there to fear when you basically wake up every day knowing you're dead?
Yeah.
So,
No, you've never in your life, you've never in your life had any reason to interact with this. Most people have no reason to interact with this guy.
okay, I will go up to the bar.
Sure.
Y'all are welcome to follow me. And I say, I just kind of lean over to whoever's working. And I say, you don't happen to know what Mr. Bassery drinks regularly, do you?
The individual behind the bar, another, I'll say like a younger man, clean shaven, short black hair, with like deep brown eyes and extremely pale skin, looks to you and he shakes his head and he goes, I don't think I've ever served that guy a drink since I've seen him in here. But he's not here
Interesting.
too often.
Yeah, so tonight's just a rare occurrence?
Guess so.
Well, thank you very much. Here's a
Can I
tip.
get you anything?
Oh, that's very kind of you, but I guess you could say I'm not thirsty. But I am going to leave you a tip. Information.
I will say before you would know the rule is no tips, no money, because nobody wants any sort of influence, no matter how minor it is in this
I'll lean
area.
over and say, instead of having you make a drink, can I ask you one more question?
If I can answer it, I will.
Has he been alone all night?
Yeah, since I've been here for a couple hours. He was already here when I got here, fair warning. But yeah, he's been alone. Sometimes, the few times that I've ever seen him here, he just kind of looks at people.
Interesting. Well, that's a good thing. I like to be looked at.
And he laughs pleasantly at that.
And I will get up like Stacy's mom and go strut my shit across the space.
Well,
I look at
like,
Elspeth and David and I say, have fun.
You're gonna go talk to that scary guy?
Honey, he's not that scary.
Okay. Good luck.
Janet doesn't need luck.
You will strut off and like I said, well, I guess you'd say fucking Elspeth's mouth is just
just
agape at
like,
this.
oh God. She's scared.
When you approach Janet, he isn't drinking anything. He's not talking to anyone like I described. He's very simply just observing everything. He's wearing a suit that looks like it costs more than any fucking mortal's life he's ever dealt with. This shit
It's
is
handmade.
Oh, absolutely handmade and tailored specifically for him. And you know under that there's some fucking like armor or something.
Yeah. I kind of, I'll walk up just, near. I don't want to be too much in his personal space. And I'll just kind of lean and I say, that's a really nice suit.
He without turning his head, his eyes just kind of like shift down to you. What do you want, Janet Janetti?
I was just looking for a little conversation.
All out.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. You look so handsome tonight. I thought that, standing all alone was almost a waste.
He does not return the compliment. He simply says, do you have business with me, or are you simply attempting to flirt?
Surprisingly enough, neither. You're a bit of an enigma.
His eyes then go from you and then back out to staring into the room.
You show up, you stand all by yourself, and you do nothing but watch everybody. Now, I'm sure that that's what the job calls for, but all kindred need a little company every once in a while, conversation. And the truth is, we've never actually met one another, so I find it interesting you know my name.
It's my job.
Most people don't make it their jobs to know Janet Janetti.
I do.
And what do you know about Janet Janetti?
Enough about your criminal past.
Oh, so I'm a criminal.
Or you're a valuable asset to the Camarilla now.
Well, that's the best compliment I've received all night.
And you walk around with a winged kindred.
I do on the occasion. Would you like to meet him?
No.
And what have you heard about my winged friend?
Nothing.
Yeah, no, I just can't believe that. Consider the fact that you've made it very clear you watch all the kindred and seem to know everybody's name, that you don't know anything.
You talk too much, Janet.
Honey, I wouldn't have to talk so much if you meet me halfway.
I'm not meeting you anywhere.
Well, you met me here.
Step away from me, Janet.
Okay, I take a 2-step to the side. So, as I was saying, I simply wanted to introduce myself properly. It seemed like the right thing to do.
Thanks.
I will put out a hand. Janet Janetti, and you are?
You know who I am.
Proper introduction is just polite.
He looks down at your hand.
And I'm not like even hard, like, just
No,
like,
yeah, of
there's
course. Yeah.
nothing. Janet is not actually an imposing, threatening figure. So it's not like she's got a weapon or anything on her.
He just looks down and he says, he just looks to your hand and then looks back up to you. Now we've met.
You won't even do me the polite honors.
He just looks down again and just shakes his head.
Can I make a persuasion charisma check?
Sure, give it a roll.
All right, that was bad. I am going to willpower that.
Okay.
Okay, so 4. Not
There's-
threatening. I just want to shake his...
absolutely. Yeah, and you can't tell if he's doing it to make you go away faster or not. But he takes your hand in the simplest way, and he just says, "Caleb."
It's wonderful to meet you, Caleb. Thank you for what you do for the city.
And I'll kind of shake his hand.
And you do. And then do you walk away?
I turn around and walk away.
And as soon as
All I wanted was for everybody in that room to see him shake my hand.
and as you turn around and walk away, just as you take your first step, the walking through the door from the outside is April Bosley. And as she steps in, as she steps in to look at you, she sees David first and Elspeth and Janet. And as soon as she sees you, she's like, "Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? How are things?" And with a pleasant smile, she walks up to you. And as she approaches you, she walks directly up to camera and completely consumes the camera before we go to black. And we'll be back next
With
week.
April Bosley next week.
Miss Bosley.
Miss April Bosley. Yeah, we'll pick up with that scene next week. We're off to go do a after show over at patreon.com/podbynight. Thank you guys so much for watching. We appreciate you. We love you. We'll see you next time.